guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The plea to lift Donald Trump's gag order in his hush money case has been rejected. On Thursday, the judge dismissed Trump's claim that he should be permitted to publicly counter adult film star Stormy Daniels now that she's no longer testifying. Previously, Trump's attorney accused Daniels of fabricating false stories about sex following her participation in 100 adult films. Daniels countered, stating, "The intimacy portrayed in the films is indeed authentic, mirroring her alleged encounter with Trump in 2006. U.S. weapons have been used to deadly effect in Gaza, leading to the deaths of many Palestinian civilians. Ryan Daniels explains.
President Biden confirmed it Wednesday and told CNN the U.S. government is pausing a shipment of weapons to Israel now. He said, quote, "Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs," end quote. He says the U.S. will not supply Israel with any weapons to be used in the city of Rafah in southern Gaza if the IDF launches a feared large-scale military offensive there. The city of Rafah is where more than 1 million people have fled and are seeking shelter.
Senate Republicans are criticizing President Biden's decision to delay a shipment of weapons to Israel. Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina told reporters Thursday that the move will exacerbate the conflict in the region.
The consequences of this decision, Mr. President, are going to change the region and the world for all the worse. I'm asking you, I'm pleading with you, change course. Give Israel the weapons they need to finish this fight.
Graham said this will make it more difficult to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas and would benefit the militant group. A federal appeals court has rejected Hunter Biden's bid to dismiss his federal gun indictment. The president's son is scheduled to stand trial next month in Delaware, facing allegations of illegally purchasing and possessing a revolver. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, You can, because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Two key figures in the bribery case against a Texas congressman and his wife are reportedly accepting plea deals offered by government prosecutors. The recently unsealed federal indictment accuses U.S. Congressman Henry Cuellar and his wife Imelda of accepting nearly $600,000 from a Mexican bank and Azerbaijani government officials from 2014 to 2021. As part of the plea deal, the individuals will assist the Justice Department in its case against the Cuellars. Former President Donald Trump is bringing his presidential campaign to the Jersey Shore this weekend. Wildwood Mayor Ernie Troiano reports that Trump will hold a rally late Saturday afternoon on the beach with a site capacity at over 30,000 people.
But it does mean a lot to our community because it brings in all the additional people, and the businesses get an earlier shot than normal with a larger crowd. So it's an economic boom for us.
The campaign has allocated $54,000 to cover security costs. The USC Faculty Senate has voted to censure University President Carol Folt and Provost Andrew Guzman due to a mishandling of events surrounding commencement. The decision stems from the choice to revoke the school valedictorian speaking slot at commencement and then the cancellation of the main stage commencement ceremony, citing safety concerns related to pro-Palestinian protests. And Hyundai Elantras have now become the most frequently stolen cars in the United States, surpassing full-size pickup trucks, according to the National Insurance Crime Bureau. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the years, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Well, would you looky there? It must be showtime. And here comes a Friday. All right, the much anticipated Mother's Day weekend. Yes, indeed. What's on slate for your weekend? First things first, welcome back, welcome aboard. Here we go, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We've definitely cooled off after a stormy week. Finally seeing some more typical spring-like air. Almost need a jacket stepping outside the secret bunker tonight. It is a much quieter night than we've seen most of the week. Although we are still dealing with some strong storms, not seeing nearly as much tornadic activity. It's more of a straight line wind and hail sort of a night. In the deep south, strong thunderstorms, southeastern Texas, central Louisiana, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings through southern Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi. Another batch of strong storms in southeastern Alabama. That'll be moving into southwestern portions of Georgia. So once again, flooding downpours. Well, we did wrap up an incredible week of tornadic activity. Tornado Alley really came to life as expected by the forecasters. And this is the time of year, right? Spring is the peak of severe weather season across the country. It has been incredibly active, as we know, as of late, especially over just the past few weeks here, which they tell us has now sent the annual tornado count toward record territory. As of Thursday morning, there have been 670 preliminary tornado reports across the USA. We're now well above the historical average of 559, according to the Storm Prediction Center. 129 preliminary tornado reports in the month of May so far, and we're just rolling into the 10th day. We had 378 twisters in the month of April. The only years when there were more tornadoes through May the 8th were 2007, 2008, 2011 was an active year, and 2017. In other words, Tornado Alley has roared back to life, a major shift from recent years when twisters had been favoring the Gulf Coast states and more of the Tennessee Valley. The majority of tornadoes this year have now touched down in Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Ohio has seen a pretty decent surge in tornadoes with 54 tornado reports so far. Now, the annual tornado count was running actually slightly below historical average until we got to about mid-April. We saw a shift in the weather pattern, opening the door for more tornado-producing thunderstorms, and they indeed developed more frequently across the country. But as we head into Mother's Day weekend, we've been anxiously anticipating, of course, we've got the big Mother's Day convoy coming up, and they're breaking down the Northeast. All right, it probably won't be a total washout, but there will be some places where rain falls each day through Sunday. AccuWeather tells us one of those zones will extend from the central Appalachians to the eastern Great Lakes as one storm moves toward the Atlantic Ocean as we wrap up the week here. It's a stormy night in the Northeast, but not severe weather, just really torrential rains. A new storm's going to race southeastward out of Canada, taking its place. But rather than the second storm continuing the quick pace, it kind of stalls out over the region. Now, the first storm moves off the coast here Friday night. That was the one that brought all the severe weather across the country Monday through Wednesday night of this week. Invading cool air from the Atlantic helped kind of dismantle the potential for severe thunderstorms in much of the Northeast. What you have instead is a zone of clouds, rain, and some drizzle that's going to expand over the region here on Friday, then slowly settle out to sea by Friday night. Then showers and spotty thunder showers from the next storm spread southeastward across the Great Lakes region later on Friday. Then to the zone from the Ohio Valley and the Central Appalachians Saturday. Some of those showers and thunderstorms may produce some brief gusty winds or maybe some small hail, which would seem more typical of March or early April. Just because one such shower or thunderstorm occurs doesn't guarantee the rest of the day or evening will be dry. Some places may pick up several downpours that may kind of play havoc with your outdoor plans, with a lot of graduations, weddings, ball games. Much of the stretch along the I-95 in the Mid-Atlantic, as well as most of New England, you should see a dry day Saturday. That'll end up probably being the better of the two weekend days for outdoor plans. Some midday sunshine may give way to building clouds in the afternoon. Now, showers and maybe a rumble of thunder will progress across the region Saturday night and kind of linger into Mother's Day. It's possible much of Mother's Day afternoon and evening will turn out dry, with the exception of a couple of pop-up showers from the Central Appalachians to the Mid-Atlantic coast. So clouds and shower activity may actually persist much of the day up in New England. In terms of temperatures for the weekend, it's going to be kind of cool conditions. That's going to be the theme. Clouds and showers persist during the daytime. Temperatures in the New England and the Central Appalachians may not even get out of the 50s. Highs on both days of the weekend in the Mid-Atlantic ranging from the mid-50s to mid-60s. Historical average temperatures range from about 60 in northern Maine to you would normally be in the mid-70s in southeastern Virginia. Now, despite the cool conditions, no frost is anticipated during the overnight hours with the extent of the cloud cover and the moisture. Looking ahead to next week in the Northeast, it may be hard to find 2 days in a row where rain stays away. There's going to be a number of disturbances from the central states kind of rolling through on a regular basis. No big sweep of dry air in between each system. So showers could kind of linger, kind of bridging the gap between each of those systems. Now, we're urging folks with outdoor plans, monitor daily and even hourly forecast to help plan for when you might see some of those limited breaks of dry weather coming into play. So it sounds like one of those weekends. Some areas may see off and on showers. Others may be cloudy, overcast, but just an occasional shower. So like I said, not a complete washout of a weekend. We'll keep our fingers crossed for the big Mother's Day convoy coming up on Sunday, of course. What else we got in the mix? A lot of events taking place here. Hey, speaking of Mother's Day, we got a special deal going via Hot Shot Secret for your Mother's Day weekend. Make a purchase $99 or more, and they'll toss in a free 8-ounce bottle of the FR3 friction reducer. That's ongoing as we speak there, right? Help Mom keep that car running like it should. Of course, May 12, Sunday, that's the Make-A-Wish Mother's Day Truck Convoy. Manheim, Pennsylvania auto auction. You still have time to make a donation. Of course, Hot Shot Secret matching donations up to $5,000. Says on my show notes that we will not be at the event this weekend. I know Horse Feathers will be there, and several others of our listening friends will be in attendance. What do we have on the slate coming up on May the 18th? Saturday at the Pine Valley Raceway. It's back to the straight line racing. The Texas Diesel Nationals. That's the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. They've got the truck show and shine. Very cool event. Hot Shot Secret booth will be there for the diesel drag racing taking place that weekend. Looking ahead a little bit further down the line here in the month of May, the 24th through the 26th, it's the Great Lakes Big Rig Challenge. That's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3-day event at Ottaway Raceway there in Michigan. This is where they do the uphill semi-truck racing. Yeah, Hot Shot Secret will be there. They'll have the product booth and a whole lot more. Kyle describes that as a really cool event. The Great Lakes Big Rig Challenge always brings out a big, big crowd. Meanwhile, let me see here. What do we have? This is a bit different as we kick off the weekend. For those who may have clear skies in the northern tier of the country, the expectation is a rare celestial show. The northern lights may illuminate the night skies over the northern USA. Over the past few days, the sun has launched massive clouds of charged particles toward the Earth. They call those CMEs, or coronal mass ejections. When these hit our magnetic field, that's what ignites the aurora borealis over the northern hemisphere and the aurora australis over the southern hemisphere. Here in North America, CMEs usually spark auroras over Canada, but the recent CMEs were much larger than usual, so it's going to be possible to see the celestial lights dancing over the northern tier of the USA. It may be visible to the naked eye as far south as Virginia, Missouri, Colorado, and Northern California Friday night into early Saturday morning. And this is when those CMEs are predicted to arrive here at Earth, according to the Space Weather Prediction Center. The anticipated light show predicted to be as strong as the aurora outburst we had last spring. That's when the northern lights were seen as far south as North Carolina and Oklahoma. Looks like the best viewing conditions expected across the northern plains and the Pacific Northwest, where you should have mainly cloud-free conditions. So that'd be great views of the nighttime sky. Clouds are going to be a bigger issue, as we were just talking about, the Northeast and parts of the Midwest. Yeah, there could be a pocket around the Ohio Valley where breaks in the clouds allow some views of the aurora. To see this, though, you have to travel to an area where you have very little light pollution. You look toward the north. It might appear as a kind of a green or reddish glow above the horizon. Now, photographers further to the south may not be able to see the aurora with your naked eye, but you could still capture it with long exposure photography. Now, there's maybe even more chances. The sun's already been busy this week launching multiple CMEs, meaning the aurora could glow again Saturday night over the northern USA if the conditions are right. Typically, these events would also trigger dazzling displays of swirling colors over much of Canada and Alaska. But there's a catch there. In daylight, with the June solstice just weeks away, the nighttime is extremely short, or in some cases non-existent across most of northern Canada and Alaska. The sun still sets every day in Fairbanks and Anchorage, but it doesn't dip very far below the horizon. It never becomes fully dark during the nighttime hours at all. It's kind of like a twilight, sun setting kind of thing. So you're not really going to have an opportunity to see that there. Hey, welcome aboard. We'll get to some of our friends who's checking in as we kick off a TGIF Friday, rolling into Mother's Day weekend. Around the country, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, I kind of expected we might have somebody hanging on to tell us we are one day closer to the greatest day of the week. We hadn't heard from Cap'n Ron this week. Hello, Cap'n Ron, if you're out there. Philly Dan is on board. TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Thank you, Dan. You do the same. Jerry said, good morning, my truck driving friends. Be safe. Enjoy the ride. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew here. Looks like we may have a bit more rain tomorrow, but I'll check out your weather. It's the best. Everybody have a great weekend. Get home safely. I also want to wish all the mothers out there a fantastic Mother's Day, and everyone be blessed out there. All right, Shorty, what's going on? I-77 northbound, Whiteville, Virginia, 67 degrees, and we're Columbus bound. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 60 degrees, Platkill, New York. Coffee up. Yeah, a little wet time to ride. Headed back to Schenectady, then Wilmington, Delaware to reload. I did mention it is a rather rainy night in the Northeast, right? Let me kind of zoom out there a little bit. A lot of rain. Central New York. Yeah, rain from Syracuse back to just east of Buffalo. Most of that is lighter rain. You get some pockets of heavier showers, especially right through the heart of Pennsylvania. Showers will be progressing into the New York area, Philadelphia, over the next few hours. You got some spotty showers in northern Maryland. More rain back in western Maryland, down into northern Virginia and northeastern portions of West Virginia. But again, none of these are severe, in just more of a nuisance. Showers and pockets of heavier rain that will probably slow you down out there on the interstates. Hello to Zorro. Good morning to the overnight drive. It's starting to rain near the Atlanta airport. A lot of lightning. I see that cluster of storms there in the southeast. Looks like the heaviest rain should stay south of the Atlanta metro area. But indeed, yeah, a lot of lightning. That zone from, say, just south of Atlanta all the way back to maybe Montgomery, Alabama. Big cluster of showers and thunderstorms. And some of those have been popping up some severe thunderstorm warnings with straight line winds and obviously, as Zorro said, a lot of lightning out there. All right, thanks for the update. Zoltan says, good evening. All right. Got the couch and the coffee. All right. Steve says, hello, Steve. That's Steve in Ottawa, our neighbor to the north. Best wishes to you and all the listeners checking in from Ottawa. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia. What we got? 70 degrees. Got the tooth pulled today. It was not pleasant. As of now, the bleeding has stopped. Not all that painful. It was molar number 2, upper right. Got a big hole there now. Got my delivery off early this morning, picked up for Cleveland and Cincinnati for next week. Had some heavy sprinkles this morning, not too bad. Jackson, Georgia, got hammered with weather. I will get to see Mom and my sister when they come up for their granddaughter's birthday party Saturday. Have a great night and a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. So the same time you'll be celebrating a birthday, I was just informed by the princess before the show that, yes, she said, no, you know what Saturday is? No. Aubrey's birthday. I said, oh, and we don't have anything for her yet. So you're going to be taking me out tomorrow. We got to find something for her birthday. All right, that's the way I'll start my weekend. Then she informs me that Saturday after the birthday party, you and Mike get to hang out with the kids, babysit, because Stephen and Lauren are taking me and Lauren's mom out for Mother's Day dinner, and you don't get to go. Huh. Ain't that something? Okay, well, I'm sure we'll find something to do. Skullbuster time, right? Hello from the Michigan Man. Hope everybody has a good weekend, and happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. I knew you'd be there somewhere. The midnight hour. It's TGIF. Better late than never. Somewhere deep beneath the earth crust, Mr. Summers in the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, the stick shit eliminator power mic is on. It's 844-844-3388 to be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit them numbers. All right, the natives are restless again tonight. It is what it is. All right, so he's busy out there. Snuggle up to whatever or whomever heat up that cup of joe, or you can be like Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Anyway, have a great weekend. Be safe now. Hammer down. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Lots to cover on a Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A federal appeals court rejected Hunter Biden's bid to dismiss his federal gun indictment on Thursday. The president's son is scheduled to stand trial next month in Delaware, facing allegations of illegally purchasing and possessing a revolver in 2018 while using illicit drugs. Two key figures in the bribery case against a Texas congressman and his wife are reportedly accepting plea deals offered by government prosecutors. The recently unsealed federal indictment accuses U.S. Congressman Henry Cuellar and his wife Imelda of accepting nearly $600,000 from a Mexican bank and Azerbaijani government officials from 2014 to 2021. As part of the deal, the individuals will assist the Justice Department in its case against Cuellar. Southern states are evaluating the aftermath of severe storms that claimed several lives. Tennessee experienced at least 4 tornadoes Wednesday, resulting in 2 deaths. Another was reported in Charlotte, North Carolina. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, once again, those phone lines are open at 844-844-3388. Hello to Eskimo Mom. This is Howdy Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday. Or for her, it's her hump day. Whatever day. With Mother's Day this weekend, if you aren't visiting Mom in a field dotted with headstones, please hug your mom, or that stand-in for Mom, a little bit tighter, because Mother's Day just is not the same without her. I got my usual run tonight. It's kind of breezy, trying to clear up here. 63 degrees, rolling Interstate 71 in Kentucky tonight. Be safe and have a great weekend when you get to it. Gilligan, hello, Steve and fellow listeners. It's a cloudy 70 degrees in Aronto, Ironton, Virginia. We did have some rain a bit earlier. Everybody, keep it shiny side up. There's Timothy, who says, good morning, happy Mother's Day early to all the moms out there from Rocky Mount, Virginia. All right, Tank is in the house. Morning, Steve-O. All the trucking crew, 66 here in El Reno, Oklahoma. Headed back east to the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Buckeye, I shared the story about the birthday party for Aubrey, my granddaughter, on Saturday. He said, that's funny, because the party Saturday is for my granddaughter, Aubrey. How about that? Captain Ron, there he is, checking in one day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right. Good to hear from you. All right, there it is, 844-844-3388. We had another bridge strike this past day, the Fort Madison Bridge in Fort Madison, Iowa. Ultimately reopened about 4:15 after being struck by a barge Thursday afternoon. The barge striking the north side of the bridge shortly after 1 o'clock, leaving the Swinggate Bridge stuck in the open position. A representative from the barge tow company said the barge was hauling corn I said the barge is owned by Ingram Barge Company based out of Nashville, Tennessee. Apparent damage to the bridge could be seen where the barge struck it. By 1:30, crews were on the scene trying to prevent the barge from sinking. Now, BNSF, who owns and maintains the bridge, also on the scene. The Coast Guard from the Quad Cities was on their way. The almost 1 mile Fort Madison toll bridge opened in 1927, connecting Fort Madison with Niota, Illinois. The two-deck bridge allows two-lane traffic on the upper deck and two-track train traffic on the lower deck. It also swings open to let Mississippi River traffic pass. So, again, it was stuck in the open. So they had to get that shut. No traffic moved across the bridge for several hours there. So I'm sure there were a lot of folks caught up in the mess there. Hello to Tanya, to all the mothers out there. Hope you all have a wonderful Mother's Day. Thanks for checking in there, Tanya. And there's Always Moving. Well, happy Mother's Day weekend coming to you. How you been?
Fabulous and amazing. Thank you very much, and happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, single-parented fathers, and all those good people out there, whether you're mothering a pet, a child, or whatever. Everybody winds up being a mother at some point in time. So happy Mother's Day to everybody. How have you been?
Doing well. Thank you very much. Doing all right. No complaints anyway.
Well, that's good. It's always nice to hear. Always good to hear. So a friend of mine that I met here on the program informed me, he told you that I had done my bike tour of New York. So I wanted to call in and verify that, yes, we did it. We went up, stayed at the condo, and had a fabulous time in New York. We went up, got there, left Friday afternoon. I was late getting out, and we got there about 1 a.m. I figured out I've done it twice now. It's a 10-hour drive, 600 miles. Not bad. And got there, and Saturday we went to see the Broadway play Anne Juliet. And it was off the chart fabulous. I highly recommend it to anybody that is wanting to see a good Broadway play. It's a comedy musical. It was fantastic. We had a wonderful time, and before the play, we went right across the street to a restaurant called Tony's Family Style Italian Restaurant, and had a meal that was off the chart spectacular, really, really good. Then had the play, and then we walked down the street to Bryant Park, hung out at Bryant Park for a while, enjoyed the sights and the sounds and all that was happening there. And then I saw a drug deal go down, my first time to actually witness a guy that was just standing there on the street. People would walk up to shake his hand, and he'd pull his hand out of his pocket, and they exchanged what happened in his hand, and they'd walk on by, and he'd put his hand back in his pocket, and all these strangers were waking up, were walking by and shaking his hand, and I'm like, well, I'm watching it go down right here in New York City. Look at that.
That's what it was.
And so then we got up Sunday, and it was supposed to rain, so took my Ohio State pullover, and as we came out of the condo, we met a lovely man named Victor, who is a cameraman for CBS, who had been doing this ride for 20 years. He gave us some insights and some pointers, and we took his advice. And so we started our ride, and God love my friend Sherry that went with me. She had gone last year, and last year she had gotten so brutally ill because she didn't have her bike fitted, and she didn't know how to shift gears. And so we had gone out right before we went over the Queensboro Bridge. I said, look, we're close to the condo. Let's just go. I mean, she was about ready to go. And at the rest stop before that, they kept asking her if she needed an ambulance. I mean, she was just not doing well. So God love her. She went back to her regular bike this time. She didn't bring the new one with all the fancy gears. And we were just gotten into the Bronx, and we're at the African Center, and they asked everybody to stop because they had to have traffic go by. and she never crashes on her bike when she's moving, and she goes to stop, and she fell over on her bike, and it tore the derailleur off of her bike. So now we're out there, and now she doesn't have a bike. So I came up with the idea of renting one, and by golly, there was a city bike rack right there. So she was able to Uber her bike back to the condo by itself. I called the doorman to let them know it was coming, and she rented a city bike and started pedaling. So, you know, she's got like no gear. She's just pedaling, and she went at it with a smile. She was bound and determined to finish this ride. And this time, as we went over the Queensboro Bridge, something happened to this bike, and she was pedaling, but she was barely moving forward. I mean, it was just like spinning wheels. So when we got up to Astoria, Queens, she said, I got to swap bikes. So she swapped out her bike. She got another bike. So now she's on her third bike, and we pedaled on. And at one point there along Queens, it was between Queens and, I don't know, whatever's next, Brooklyn, I hear this, hey, is that you? And here it was my friend that I pedal with here in Ohio.
Wow, how about that?
She recognized me because I have ribbons on my helmet that I put names for Pelotonia, for pedaling for the cancer people.
Yeah.
I have them on my helmet, and she recognized the ribbons on my helmet. And she's a competitive cyclist, so she blew on by me after we pedaled a little bit and chatted a little bit. I told her what had happened to my friend Sherry, and she knows Sherry too. And so anyway, she pedaled on with her friends. And I get to a rest area, and I had met a group of guys from Ohio, recognized they were wearing Bengals on their shirts.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of cheers for Ohio State as I was pedaling along the route. A lot of people would say, "Go Buckeyes!" I'm like, "Yeah!" And so anyway, visited with them. They were from Springfield, Cleveland, all around. They were very lovely. Nice to meet them. Shout out to them if they're listening tonight. And here comes Sherry. She had gotten an electric bike, and it's now raining, and there is still 20 miles to go. And she has, and it was only 50 degrees. It was really cold. And she has an electric bike, and she's like, I couldn't do it. I couldn't finish. I was exhausted from those others. So she went through 4 bikes.
Wow.
But she finished the ride. Yeah, she finished the ride. She blew past me. She finished before me because she's on this electric bike. And she was able to just cruise right up all these horrific inclines they have. I mean, I even took pictures because Victor had told us, be careful of the Verrazano Bridge. Well, I don't know what it is. And so going up this really steep incline, I mean, it was just the rain and the cold rain. It felt like you were getting hit with icicles. I mean, it was really hard coming up in this roadway and you have to have your head down. You can't look up. And I thought if I had goggles on, I wouldn't be able to see. I mean, it was brutal out there. And I see this sign, Verrazano Bridge, and I thought, that must be the bridge. So I take a picture of the bridge. I only took my cell phone. I didn't carry my regular good camera. And then you went down, and I thought, well, is that it? He said it was a 2-mile incline. I don't know that was 2 miles. By golly, we went up another big incline, and I see another sign, Verrazano Bridge, and I thought, well, this must be the bridge. And I climb up that thing, and you get up there, and I'm like, well, I guess that's not it either. We go back down, and there's another sign for the Verrazano Bridge, and I'm thinking, where the heck is this crappy bridge? Because these things were killers that we were doing. And finally, I got to the last rest area. It was kind of just like a water break area, and Sherry's there on her electric bike, and I looked at her and I said, here's the deal. I don't care what you want to do, but when we get to the finish line, I am Ubering back to the condo. I am not pedaling back to the condo. We were soaked. We were frozen. I mean, it was really bad out there. And she goes, no, it's fine. I'll just put this bike in a rack somewhere, and we'll Uber back up to the condo. So I starting up this huge incline, and I have figured out this is the Verrazano Bridge, and it is a 2-mile incline. And everybody is walking. I don't know of anybody who really pedaled up this thing. I mean, I pedaled part of the way up, and then you just get off and walk, and you're just one of thousands of these cyclists that are walking over this bridge. And I stopped and took some photos where the fencing was out that I could see, and the other part of it was it's a double-decker kind of thing, so there's a level on top of you. Well, the rainwater from the road is running down onto the lower level, and all I could think of was, geez, God, this is awful. I mean, it was filthy, dirty road water that was coming on me. I live on a farm. I can take that. I work on infectious disease. I can take it. I had no personal protection, and I am walking around with this filthy, dirty road water running on me. And I was just like, get me out of here. And so finally get down to the finish, and they were so nice. They had warming blankets for us when we got there. It was some kind of like a plastic with a metal side on it, and everybody got one as you came across the finish line to get warm. And I felt bad. The vendors were there. Nobody was going to the vendors. The medals that they gave us were spectacular. Nobody was going to the vendors. Everybody just wanted to go home. It was soaking. It was so bad. And so we walked to the other side, and I'm like, so where's the ferry? And he said, well, the ferry is straight down that road. It's 4 more miles. And you just look at him and go, 4 more miles? I've got to go 4 more miles.
Wow.
I mean, but the road's still open. The road's still open. Like, okay. So we pedal along. And one poor woman literally went around the corner to start and fell off her bike and just laid there. And the paramedics ran out to her and all. And I thought, Lonnie, I totally understood why she was just laying there. I mean, it was just exhausting. And then when you get down to the Staten Island ferry, you stand in line in the rain waiting to board the ferry. And it was something. We get across back over to the thing, and we step out to a poor mentally ill person who was spitting and throwing punches at us. And we kept trying to avoid him, and he kept walking up and spitting and throwing punches. And then she couldn't find a place for her bike, and we had to walk a couple of blocks. It was an adventure. It was truly.
I mean, it sounds more like sounds more like a torture. You were a glutton for punishment, but you made it through, all said and done, right?
Yeah, we did it. It was, 40 miles. 40 miles on the bike trail in Ohio, no big deal. 40 miles up there in the rain, in the cold, on those hills.
Wow.
Yeah, and the mentally ill, just everything we dealt with. It was hard. And if it had been a sunny day, it would have been a whole different story. The rain really and the cold temperatures just really made it hard. And God loves Sherry with her poor bike situation. But she finished. She made it all the way to the end. And every time she would see me, she goes, "You're such a beast. Look at you. You're still pedaling." Like, yeah, right. And so then she'd go right on by me and continue up the hill.
Cheater.
Yeah. But we had fun. It was a lot of fun. And then we headed back Monday morning. Another long ride in the car, but it was all worth it. So I have a couple more bike adventures for this summer to do. I'm back as a challenger for Pelotonia to raise money for cancer. And as I told my friend, I have my list of Pelotonia tribute names. I have 8.5 pages that give me inspiration to pedal to raise funds. I have the ribbons on my helmet, and this year I'm going to add some red Solo cups for Toby Keith.
How about that?
And I'm going to put them, I can't decide if I want to hang them off my helmet, my bike, my shirt, but I will have them, and I will be pedaling 100 miles. I'm not doing the Pelotonia route because then you have to raise so much money, but I am going to pedal 100 on that day on the bike trails. And then I have another ride with another 100-mile coming up there later in August. So those are my 3 challenges. So I've got one of my 3 goals down for my Pelotonia challenge. But anyway, it was a lot of fun, and New York was safe again, other than the few mentally ill people we ran into. Really safe, really nice. I'm sitting there at Bryant Park and reading about how it's an oasis. I'm thinking, you need to see my 15 acres. I mean, they think this is an oasis. was different. You know, it really is just a park in the middle that's just surrounded by skyscrapers. I did a 360 video of it because it was just, it's you know, it's not like my place at all. But you know, in New York, it was their oasis, so I went with it. And but we had a lot of fun, just a lot of fun. So that was my big adventure I wanted to call and share with you. And I have a friend that works at Rickenbacker Air Force Base, and Thursday, you know, just this yesterday, she was an escort for a couple of veterans and got to do the honor flight. And she sent me some photos, and it was really cool. She was the only blonde lady on the plane that I could see, and everybody was in red, white, and blue. It was really patriotic looking, really cool.
That's cool.
So,
wow.
Yeah. So,
well, it's great to hear from you. Always moving. I appreciate the update there. Thanks for sharing. And like I said, it sounds more like a grueling punishment you put yourself through, but there you go.
All part of the fun.
Yeah.
All part of the adventure. So thank you very much. Good luck to everybody. Have a happy Mother's Day weekend.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Happy Mother's Day to you as well. I know she's got a daughter. All righty. How about that? Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 49 degrees in Welcome, Minnesota. Everybody have a great evening listening to the greatest trucking show on the airwaves. A special one-night-only shout-out to Gilligan from Parks Livestock of Minnesota. All right. Hello, Steve. The Dingbat is on board. Thursday was my birthday. Well, happy belated birthday. Which means I'm off Thursday and Friday. Just kind of chilling, doing some housework, trying to get adjusted to our new home here. Happy Mother's Day and happy Heavenly Mother's Day. Be sure to tell Brain Dead it's Happy Manic Monday. I'll try to call in Monday night. Have a great night. Hope everybody drives safely. Make sure your Wilson has the navigation for everyone. After all, he knows all the directions. Everybody drive safe, be blessed. Love y'all. All right, Bidu checking in. Hey there. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Have a great weekend, everybody, and happy Mother's Day, all the moms out there. Buckeye Boys is great to hear, always moving. Miss Millie said the same. All right, yes, good to hear from her. The adventures, right? Meanwhile, we've been dealing with flooding conditions here in the lower 48, and we're going to be seeing more of that. We'll give you more in our, it looks like Texas. Next week, Texas may fall under the gun with more torrential rains on the heels of what has been incredible flooding there. Some parts of Texas have seen 300% of their historical average rainfall. Puerto Rico is also contending with incredible flooding, where the governor has declared a state of emergency. Widespread flooding and landslides. Of course, then this is a U.S. territory. Rainfall inundating the island. One missing person. They have mobilized the National Guard to assist the 22 municipalities most severely affected by the relentless downpours. Reports indicate that over 2 days, Puerto Rico's interior experienced an onslaught of more than 10 inches of rain, transforming streets into rushing torrents. The National Weather Service issued 2 flash flood warnings for Ponce and surrounding municipalities in south-central Puerto Rico on Wednesday. The initial advisory encompassed Ponce, Yauco, Cuomo. The subsequent flooding applied to several other communities. According to police statements this past day, numerous rivers have overflown their banks. Several roads are impassable. In the town of San Sebastian in the northwest, an unidentified person was swept away by the river. Additionally, multiple people found themselves stranded by rising waters, seeking refuge on rooftops until rescue operations could safely be performed. Wow. The flooding has damaged agricultural areas across the island, decimating crops that are vital to local communities. Authorities continue to assess the extent of the damage and provide essential assistance to the affected neighborhoods there. But yeah, on an island, I mean, the water has to flow back out into the ocean. 10 inches of rain in 2 days, that's a lot of water. That's something more akin to what they would contend with the likes of a tropical storm or hurricane. All right, what do we got? News break coming up here on a Friday morning, TGIF. Jump on in at 844-3388. All right, weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions here on a Friday morning. Yeah, lots to cover. Interesting news, several stories out of the Sunshine State, a couple of interesting stories out of Georgia as well, as we all get set for a TGIF weekend coming on, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. House Republicans are continuing to react to President Biden, saying he will withhold more weapon shipments to Israel if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu launches a full-scale attack in Rafah. Several Republican members of Congress speaking out regarding the move, including Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz.
The Biden White House has been the most anti-Israel administration this nation has ever seen. Literally from day one, the Biden White House has been undermining Israel at every step of the way.
Meantime, the White House pushing back on those allegations by Senator Cruz.
This is a president who rushed additional military articles to Israel and, frankly, provided expertise from our own military to go over there to help them as they thought through their planning and their operation of these structures.
That's White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby. Adult film actress Stormy Daniels completed her testimony Thursday in the New York hush money trial against former President Trump. As far as what the prosecution was hoping to accomplish by putting Daniels on the witness stand, constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley says,
I mean, the prosecutors clearly wanted to get the lurid stuff out. They clearly knew that she would combust on the stand. They wanted to play it out for the cable news. They wanted to get it out there. And it really sort of reaffirms the narrative of Trump that this is an extension of politics.
Missouri Republican Congressman Mark Alford is asking Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for more details regarding the roughly 400,000 illegal immigrants who were allowed to bypass the southern border and fly directly into the United States from abroad. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Harvey Weinstein appeared in a Queens, New York courtroom Thursday morning as California seeks to extradite the disgraced movie mogul to serve a 16-year prison sentence there for rape. Speaking outside the courtroom, Weinstein attorney Diana Fabi Sampson says Weinstein is unable to go to California due to his health issues and his pending legal case in New York.
Our main concern in all of this is that Mr. Weinstein is here in New York so that we can prepare for trial and that he get the medical care he needs.
There's an update in the bribery case against a Texas Democratic congressman. USA's John Schaefer has a story.
2 key figures in the bribery case against a Texas congressman and his wife are reportedly accepting plea deals offered by government prosecutors. The recently unsealed federal indictment accuses U.S. Congressman Henry Cuellar and his wife Imelda of accepting nearly $600,000 from a Mexican bank and Azerbaijani government officials from 2014 to 2021. As part of the deal, the individuals will assist the Justice Department in its case against Cuellar.
Disney and Warner Brothers Discovery announced on Wednesday that they will be joining forces to bundle Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max. The price of the package has not yet been disclosed, but it's expected to be available this summer. The announcement comes as both companies, along with Fox, unveil the sports streaming service scheduled to debut this fall. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome back as we roll into a Friday. Here we'll get hour number 2 underway, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hello to Debbie. Good morning, Steve. It's kind of a chilly 52, a breezy morning here in Indiana. They're telling us about 67 for a high Friday. I'm hoping to see some more sunshine. We have 11 days left in the school year. Hope everybody stays safe out here today, especially my special driver. Have a fantastic Friday and a wonderful weekend. Also, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there and those who are in a mom's role. So, thank you very much. Debbie, have a great weekend. Anxious for the school year to end, right? It's a little break from the kids. Industry headlines. Monty had called. It was good to hear from Monty last evening. He was kind of breaking some of this down for us. Landline kind of shared that Senate Republicans used a committee hearing to push back against several mandates from the EPA, including new standards for light vehicles and heavy-duty trucks. The EPA Administrator, Michael Regan, testified in front of the Senate Committee on Environmental and Public Works this week, discussing fiscal year 2025's budget. Senator Cynthia Lumens told Reagan that she's been disappointed with the direction of the EPA since he became administrator in 2021. Stating, given your background in state government, I really held a measure of hope that you would lead the EPA with policies that were grounded in reality and maintained a healthy perspective of the hardworking American families who work and live under your regulations. But that hasn't happened. What we see from the EPA in this administration is a torrent of regulations that you will lead to scarcity and higher costs. Of course, referencing the EPA, their final rules that apply to new emission standards for light vehicles and heavy-duty trucks. Yes, they say their final truck emission standards will avoid about 1 billion metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions from 2027 through 2055. Yeah, they also claim heavy-duty industry will see annualized savings of $3.5 billion compared to an annualized cost of about $1.1 billion. Republicans in both the House and Senate have already introduced Congressional Review Act resolutions trying to stop these final rules. Cynthia Lumens is a co-sponsor of both resolutions, stating the EPA is overstepping with regulations that force the general public and motor carriers to move toward electric vehicles. It's astonishing that the federal government is telling Americans what kind of vehicles to drive and pushing an agenda that does not work outside of major urban areas. Yet Wyoming is a rural, high-altitude state of nearly 100,000 square miles with famously harsh weather conditions. People in Wyoming frequently drive long distances. My ranch and my farm are 400 miles apart, yet they are still in Wyoming. Livelihoods depend on affordable, reliable vehicles. That means a gas or diesel car or truck. The average electric vehicle is $10,000 more expensive than the average gas-powered car, and they don't work in altitude. They don't work when it's cold. They don't work when you can't get them charged because there's no charging stations. Another senator, Markwayne Mullins of Oklahoma, also criticized the EPA's diesel exhaust fluid regulations. You talk about trying to have better fuel efficiency, but the rule you put on diesel trucks, which I drive every day, makes us put diesel exhaust fluid into it. It runs our fuel mileage down and actually is worse for the environment, Mullins says. Taking them to task at the Environmental Protection Agency. Hopefully they can get enough support for those resolutions to halt these mandates in their tracks. Well, what's going on with the Grump this morning?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just heading over here to drop this over here by D.C. and then go down to Virginia and pick up and head back home. But, these EPA regulations are absolutely asinine. Some of the things that these idiots, and it's nothing more than a kiss the butt of the environmentalists. I mean, that's all it is.
Yep.
Just got to get those votes in and things like that. And it just, I don't know how in the hell that they can figure that, the exhaust is going to get much cleaner. I mean, it just from what it is, and the whole craziness of electric vehicles, is just, especially hauling freight, is ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Hell, the truck and the batteries, by the time you load freight on the damn things, in the trailer, there's nothing left. I mean, you realize to haul the same tonnage that we have, if they was to go totally electric, you wouldn't be able to move out here on these damn highways because of all the extra vehicles that would have to be out here. I can't understand for the life of me where they believe that interstate commerce would not be destroyed over these idiotic mandates. And it just, I don't know. I hope the hell they get something going with them, here pretty soon. But I was reading up on, on the attempt again to throw Johnson out, as Speaker of the House, and Marjorie Taylor Greene and her craziness. I heard 5-7 last night, and I couldn't disagree with that guy more. The Republicans control half of 1/3 of government. That's all they got is, and they're just hanging on by a thin margin. Their approval rating is not much, better than the damn Democrats, to be honest with you. The Marjorie Taylor Greene, since she started her crap, she dropped down into like 25% on her approval rating in her district. And here, I've always thought that she was in one of these protected areas like Matt Gaetz and a few others that, can show their ass with no kind of retribution whatsoever. They can just get out there and do whatever the hell they want to do and say whatever they want to say because they know that they're going to get reelected. Well, I don't think that's quite true anymore. The Republicans really right now, they've always been kind of a feckless organization to begin with. I mean, they've never been the type of party that would do anything close to what the Democrats are doing, with their unity or anything else. I mean, they were always this kind of let's just be the bigger party and not respond to it. Well, sometimes you got to throw a punch back or that bully's going to keep beating your ass. And this is kind of what happened with Marjorie Taylor Greene with her mouth. She's not going to get what she wants. And some of the things that she's talking about on border security and things like that, when it's got to go through the Senate, Chuck Schumer wouldn't even bring it up for a damn vote, and they would still twist it around to make it look like the Republicans are the problem. And if it did get past Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden would veto it in a damn second. So the best thing to do is to do something for the Republicans that they can build their numbers, get more, I guess, their brand out there where they're doing more for the American people, point out what's going wrong, get on some of these damn shows that won't have them, where they can stand there, put Ted Cruz on CNN and places like that, where they know damn well that he's going to hand them their ass every time they start running their mouth. But they don't do that. They just, you got people like Marjorie Taylor Greene that's going to get on there and say, well, let's just throw him out. How in the hell does all that infighting better the Republican brand or reassure the American people that they know what the hell they're doing when they're governing? It doesn't. They're no different than they look no different than Joe Biden, who's out there stammering around like a crotchety old fool. And it just I don't know. I wish the hell that they would just understand that they need to fall in line to the point where they build their numbers and get some common ground where things that they can fight on when they do build their numbers and get get a little more hell, I don't know. I guess just, because you got, I would just about bet that there's a strong possibility Trump's going to be reelected. And I'd read one article where she thought she was going to be his VP pick, which was never going to happen. It was never going to happen. Trump never even entertained the idea of Marjorie Taylor Greene. At least nothing in any of the people that he said was going to be her VP, his VP pick, because she is such a damn firebrand. She is such a loudmouth that, it wouldn't do it. He'd be pushing against her all the time. And, she said she's already made the comments. She's not going to calm down. They're not going to control her mouth or anything else. Well, how in the hell is she any different than AOC or the rest of them idiots that are, out there running their mouths and stuff, on the left side? I mean, they are so far out there. It's ridiculous. It just seems to me like, Steve, that there is people that runs for office, that gets elected to office for no other reason than to stir up crap. It just to let people know that they're in town and they're gonna, they thought the same thing about John Fetterman, but Fetterman has calmed down, immensely since he, got in office, and at least he's supporting Israel, and he said a few things. I would never vote for a guy like him, but at least he's pushed back on a lot of the stuff that the Democrats have come up with. I mean, it's cost anyway. But I listened to some of the things that was going on with Trump today, and never in a million years would I believe that our government would allow something like this to happen, where they have to be reelected to the point where they would just absolutely destroy a human being, or try to, in a court of law, just to get reelected. And that's exactly what's going on here. What Stormy Daniels was even there for is beyond any kind of comprehension. That woman is nothing but a damn tramp, number one. She's made it clear. And Trump is the only damn reason she's got any money at all in her pocket, number one. And from what I've, read on some of her statements and stuff like that, I mean, gee, money, Christmas. Can you believe the gall of this woman? It just, getting on there and sitting there and they've, she's recanted so much of what she said in the past. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't really mean it like that. No, I didn't do this. No, I didn't do that. And they know damn well she did. It's, if there's not a perjury charge sitting at the end of this trial against her, then justice truly is blind. It's blind that it'll sit there and let idiots like that perjure themselves and never do a damn thing about it. But this judge, I've kind of been looking at, reading a little bit about him, and this guy is, he ought to be he on his desk there, it ought to say activist instead of judge, because that's exactly what he is. He's no different than his daughter, who has been a big activist for the Democrat Party. So is he, and to allow some of the crap that he's allowed to be brought into this trial is absolutely ridiculous. It's, what the hell does it have to do with Trump? It's, let's just bring every damn thing in that we can find, and let Alvin Bragg just keep flooding the court system with this garbage that he's got out there, number one, to try to try to destroy Trump as a viable candidate. That's all this damn thing is. And then to just forget about statute of limitations. And say, forget it. Hell, I know it was 12, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever it was, whenever some of these payments and things happened, and they went well past the 5-year statute of limitations, but I'm going to allow them anyway. That's right there is ripe for an appeal right off the bat. It just does not make any sense to me why this was even brought to trial, other than the fact that it's just nothing more than election interference. And man, I'll tell you, every day you just wake up and you're like, damn, is this really the country that I swore to uphold and defend the Constitution on so many years? 21 years I was in the military. It's beginning to get just unrecognizable from the standpoint that they're slipping more into this banana republic kind of election systems, and they're happy about that. They don't want any kind of ID. The Democrats just can't stand the thought of having an ID. Somebody stepping up there and saying, yeah, I'm a legal citizen and I have the right to vote. They just can't stand that idea. It just blows my mind how this is, just came to be over the last, since, this last election. And I don't know, man. I'll tell you, I see where Jack Smith's trial got pushed off. We'll probably never hear anything on that. I would venture to say that's probably just going to quietly go away. This idiot down in Georgia, that lard-ass gal down there that's running for re-election.
Fannie.
Fannie. Yeah, big Fannie. That whole thing, she's perjured herself so many damn times. I'd like to see that go in front of an appeals court and get tossed, just on the fact that she's manufactured crimes that didn't happen. But man, I'll tell you, it just, and it just keeps driving voters toward Trump. These Democrats are too damn stupid to realize that the more they do, people are not as stupid as they think they are. They may be a lot of them out there that wants things and, stuff like that, but they can see through this crap. And if they're doing this to big fish like Trump, what the hell do they think they're doing to little guys like us? It just, we don't stand a chance for any reason. But I don't know. I just look at it anymore, and it's just like, wow. Let me just wake up one day and see that this is just, a nightmare that I was dreaming about instead of all the crap that's going on here. Because this is going to turn into an ever election thing. If this gets to go past what like what it is right now, if this gets to look at like it's the normal way of doing things, every damn election we're going to have people going to jail or getting charges or something like that, just so one side can try to outdo the other. And it's I don't know, it's got to stop. It really does. And it just from what I've seen, the ridiculousness of this idiot judge out in New York that's allowing so much of this crap to go through in the court system. Why, I have no idea. It just, it has nothing at all to do with the charges. Nothing. It's just you get up there and try to smear Trump as much as you can, and then let the appeals court sort it out. And that's exactly what it seems like it's going to happen. But I don't know, man. It's a different world we live in, I guess, buddy.
Yes, sir. Sure is.
So,
well, after all this time, Grump, I'm going to share coming up here. You're talking about the integrity of the election. I don't know if you had heard in Georgia, that they're actually going back now saying that, they want 17,000 votes that were counted there to be removed. Several things came out this past day, which kind of all leads back to some of the accusations that were made by Trump in regards to the election in 2020 appear to have been 100% accurate. And you've got the state of Georgia with Fannie Willis trying to say he tried to steal the election. Again, we've got more on that coming up here. First, let's get through the news break just ahead. Eagle will be checking in on a Friday. Scarecrow on board. Room for you at 844-844-3388. I know Knucklebuster is a Mississippi resident. I'm not certain what part of the state he is. Northern, central. He's probably told me before, but yeah, we've got this line of storms rolling through central and south central Mississippi. Literally from one end to the other side, east to west, every county is under severe thunderstorm warnings. We're talking 70-mile-an-hour straight line winds, quarter to ping pong ball size hail in some of these cells there. So really packing a punch. Let's see. You've got general showers, thunderstorms not reaching severe levels from about Columbus, Mississippi, back to just east of Yazoo City. It's areas from Jackson, Mississippi, areas east and south, all the way back to like Alexandria, Louisiana. Those severe thunderstorms pushing through that region tonight. Mentioned earlier, the storm clouds gathered, unloaded tremendous amounts of rain. We saw the flooding in northeastern Texas multiple times this spring. Unfortunately, they tell us the atmosphere is going to hit the replay button into mid-May here. More rounds of rain coming that's going to renew flooding in some areas and trigger new flooding in some places that have dodged the surging waters thus far. In northeast Texas, much of the zone from Interstate 10 to Interstate 20, rain has been 150 to 300% of the historical average. 10 to 20 inches of rain that has fallen in this area. Much of that fell over just a few days' time. We saw flash flood emergencies, moderate to major flooding along the Trinity, Sabine, Brazos, Neches River, just to name a few. While most rivers have now crested, some near sea level were still surging headed into the end of the week here. Many streams and rivers will remain high as additional rounds of rain line up. All right, a couple of days of dry weather will follow for much of the southern states here as we head into Mother's Day weekend. But another area of low pressure will form over central Texas Saturday night and then travel eastward along the upper Gulf Coast Sunday to Tuesday. The track has been trending further to the north, and AccuWeather says more northerly track would put the area of heaviest rain in that zone from I-10 to I-20, once again from northeast Texas all the way to the Atlantic coast. Generally, 2 to 4 inches of rain. Localized, 4 to 8 inches are possible. Obviously, in much of that area, soil conditions are already moist to saturated from previous rain events. Some of the recent rain, which is even occurring tonight, because of the wet state of the ground, it's not going to be able to be absorbed. Runoff will quickly find its way into small streams and low-lying areas, then work into secondary rivers and bayous. If you live along waterways, they're already saying be ready to maybe seek higher ground.
USA News Update. A federal appeals court rejected Hunter Biden's bid to dismiss his federal gun indictment on Thursday. The president's son is scheduled to stand trial next month in Delaware, facing allegations of illegally purchasing and possessing a revolver in 2018 while using illicit drugs. Two key figures in the bribery case against a Texas congressman and his wife are reportedly accepting plea deals offered by government prosecutors. The recently unsealed federal indictment accuses U.S. Congressman Henry Cuellar and his wife Imelda of accepting nearly $600,000 from a Mexican bank and Azerbaijani government officials from 2014 to 2021. As part of the deal, the individuals will assist the Justice Department in its case against Cuellar. Southern states are evaluating the aftermath of severe storms that claimed several lives. Tennessee experienced at least 4 tornadoes Wednesday, resulting in 2 deaths. Another was reported in Charlotte, North Carolina. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Rick in Columbus. You know what? I neglected to share that this week. I forgot about that. He was asking about, hey, Steve, is your contest still going with your swag? Yeah, win the swag. Post your Steve Summers Overnight Drive stickers. That's on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive page, the official page. I did just share it, but it's already Friday morning, so by forgetting to do that, most people forgot probably to post their swag pictures. But yeah, that is ongoing, so note to self. The Georgia Election Board voting this week to reprimand Fulton County for its conduct of the 2020 election and direct the appointment of an independent monitor to oversee this fall's general election. The Georgia Recorder recorded that the 2-1 vote after investigators from the Georgia Secretary of State's office confirmed the county double-scanned 3,075 ballots during a statewide recount of the 2020 presidential election. There's also a dispute over 17,000 ballot images that are missing, according to a complaint. Investigators concluded the errors in question would not have changed the overall result of the election in Georgia. Now, Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump by 11,779 votes in Georgia. And we're talking about 0.3% of the nearly 5 million ballots cast. Biden carried Fulton County by approximately 243,000 votes. That's 73% to 26%. During the election board meeting, an investigator noted that an independent audit published in January of 21 and a performance review board review requested by the Georgia lawmakers released in January of last year found significant issues in Fulton County's handling of ballots. Georgia voter Joe Rossi alleged in a complaint reviewed by the board that the 2020 election was flawed, both in the machine count to certify the election and the hand recount done afterward. At Tuesday's meeting, one of the board members, Dr. Janice Johnston, asked Charlene McGowan, who is the general counsel for the Georgia Secretary of State, about the more than 3,000 ballots that were double scanned during the machine recount. McGowan said, quote, "We did partially substantiate that we believe there are duplicate ballot images. Whether or not those were actually included in the tabulated results is inconclusive," she said. The board chairman, John Furvier, followed up by noting there had been 3 different counts in Georgia in 2020. You had the election night results, the machine recount results, and the results of the hand recount conducted later in November following discrepancies revealed by the machine recounts in some counties. The hand recount found Biden's win over Trump to be by about 1,200 fewer votes. So if there were duplicate ballots counted, they would have shown in the hand recount. Is that correct, he says? To which her response was, "I think that's a reasonable assumption." The results of the recount were lower, somewhat lower, marginally lower than the originally certified results, she said. So if you had 3,000 ballots that were counted twice, you would expect the results to be larger by that amount. Now, Johnson also asked about 17,000 ballots that were counted but not scanned, wondering if the ballots actually existed. Now, she tried to say the paper ballots exist. Yeah, the discrepancy, the 17,000 discrepancy, was because of that scanner error, the programming error in the scanner that got corrected. The results were certified, recertified, and re-reported, and that accounted for the 17,000 difference. She says there were no missing ballots. Now, Johnson chose to vote against the motion to simply reprimand Fulton County and appoint a monitor, arguing that does not go far enough. With over 140 violation of election laws and rules, it would be a travesty not to refer this to the Attorney General and let this ride. That, according to the Georgia Recorder. All this, here we are, we're just months away, nearly 4 years later, and this kind of stuff coming to light in Georgia. It is 844-844-3388. What's happening out there tonight, Eagle? What's going on in your world?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, how you doing, Steve, brother? Yeah, I'm out here on the road. I'm headed home right now. Yeah, I'm going to try to be home this weekend because I was out, I worked last week. So, yeah, I'm going to try to make it back to home by at least Saturday, and so I can watch the NASCAR race in Darlington, South Carolina. That's usually a good race. Darlington, it's usually a good race. So hopefully it's a throwback. They got different paint schemes on the cars this week from the 80s and 90s. So it'll be interesting to see what some of these cars look like, so I'll definitely be checking it out on Sunday while I'm at home. And like I say, I told you I might just go ahead and stay out the whole week next week, Steve. Even though somebody called in last night and didn't agree with what I said. I'm not mentioning names no more on this radio program because people too sensitive nowadays. But like I said, she has her opinion and I got mine. But
certainly,
I'm like I say, I'm parking my truck, and I'll be damned if I'm gonna get these DOT people my money. The hell with them, because it's not about like I said, it's not about safety. It's about money, as far as I'm concerned. Other people got their opinion. She got hers, I got mine. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Now, let's talk about this situation here, Steve. I want to talk about I've talked about to you so many times. Okay, Steve, I grew up in Houston, Texas. When my family moved to Houston in 1980, I was just a kid. Okay, Houston was basically a developing city and town. The oil boom at first. That's the reason why we moved to Texas from Ohio and Michigan, where we used to live at, to get away from the cold weather and all that. Okay, so Texas used to be a place, Steve, it was just basically wide open, and there wasn't as much traffic and cars and people living in Houston when I was a kid. And now Houston has grown to be the third or fourth largest city in the U.S. And unfortunately, a lot of people have moved to Houston, and they have brought their bad habits with them from other cities, from other towns, and even other countries. And this is the problem, Steve. I want to discuss with you an accident that occurred in Houston yesterday, in which a person lost their life. And I've been telling people this for years now about Houston, that I don't even like to drive in Houston no more because the people are so dangerous and so reckless. Okay, yesterday they had an accident. You can check it out after I hang up the phone with you. It happened on Interstate 610, which is a loop around Houston. Happened yesterday afternoon on 610 at exit number 22, which is where the truck stops are located at in Houston. Okay, this tractor-trailer truck was driving down the road, minding his own business, and he gets cut off by a car, which happens all the time in Houston. I've seen people, I think some of these people, well, I know they do it on purpose, but they cut in front of you as close as they can get to the hood of your truck as they possibly can, Steve. They don't leave no blinker, no nothing. They don't give a damn. I've had cars literally cut over in front of me, beside me. They didn't even get past me, and I gotta adjust my truck to avoid a collision. Now, why the hell would you cut over directly in front of a damn truck, almost hitting the steer tire of my truck? But this is what these people do. It makes no sense. But unfortunately, this guy didn't get away with it yesterday. It's one of the most devastating accidents that I've ever seen since I've been around truck driving. This guy here was hauling a tractor, Steve, a bulldozer. I mean, he was hauling a bulldozer. Okay, this guy lost control of his 18-wheeler after he got cut off by this idiot. In the concrete barrier inside of the wall, this guy here, he hit the concrete barrier so hard, Steve, that he tore the axles off of the truck. The axles of the truck are not even on the truck anymore after the accident. Also, the bulldozer that he was hauling, they probably was chained up, because that's usually what they do with a flatbed truck. The chains broke loose, and the bulldozer literally flew across the barrier into another car, which was a Ford Mustang, and went through the windshield of this Ford Mustang and killed this driver instantly. Did you hear what I said, Steve?
Yes, I did. Yes, that's horrible.
I was looking at the video before you put me on the air. It's a damn shame that an accident like that would occur in the United States of America. What did you just say, Steve?
No, I was pulling up the video myself as you're speaking there. I'm looking at the story out of Houston. Yeah, that was horrible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The bulldozer came loose. The bulldozer came loose from the flatbed and went over the barrier into another vehicle and killed somebody. All because the four-wheeler decided he wanted to cut off a truck and try to and cause this catastrophe accident. It makes no sense. But like I said before, this is what goes on all over. Like I say, I've installed a camera in my truck, a front windshield camera, for my own safety and for insurance purposes, just to show my job and other people what truck drivers go through on a daily basis. Law enforcement needs to do something about this, Steve, because too many accidents are occurring. It's don't got worse. Like I say, when I started driving 25 years ago, people actually used to think truck drivers were heroes, road warriors. People would drive by and tell me to blow the air horn. Little kids would drive by and tell you to blow the horn as they go by. Now you know what people do when they go by my truck now? They shoot me the finger, they shoot me the bird, they yell at me, they scream at me, get the hell out of my way. You going too slow. That's what they do. They don't respect us. You just in their way of that man getting to where the hell he gotta go. And like I said, there is no respect, no courtesy. As a matter of fact, I think some of these people hate truck drivers. That's how bad it's don't get out here. So it doesn't matter what lane you get in, Steve. I've tried all lanes. I've tried the fast lane. My truck does 75 to 80 miles. I've tried to get in the fast lane. That's not good enough. You still got guys that are 75 ain't fast enough. They'll zoom around you and cut over in front of you in the third lane and try to run you off the damn road. You ride in the middle lane, then you got cars going by you on both sides, on the left and the right. You don't know what they're going to do. Then if you try to ride in the far right lane, which is the slow lane, then you got to deal with the idiots coming on the road or getting off. The people that get off. You back when I started driving, Steve, if a person saw a truck coming down the interstate and they were coming on the ramp, they would slow down and get the hell out of that truck's way. They didn't want nothing to do with it. I've actually had cars speed up and pass me on the right-hand side of the damn ramp, just barely inches away from the hood of my truck because they didn't want to get behind me. They actually speed up on the damn ramp when they coming on the road instead of slowing down when they see a truck. There's no courtesy, no respect whatsoever. They don't realize that you're hauling an 80,000-pound vehicle, and then they got the nerve to slam. And this is the most dangerous maneuver here, Steve, is when you see a four-wheeler get in front of a truck and brake check a truck. And I'm talking about guys that are driving small cars. I'm talking about these, what do you call these, Mini Coopers. I'm talking about the smallest cars you can drive, these Tesla vehicles, these MGs, cars like that. Now, why the hell would you get in front of a truck and slam? I don't give a damn how mad that truck driver made you. You should never get that mad to where you would get in front of a truck and slam on your brakes in front of an 80,000-pound truck and hope and try to cause problems for this truck driver, not realizing you can lose your life. So it's really sad what's going on in the trucking industry now, Steve. I love truck driving. I've been doing it my whole life. My father was involved in it. I like doing it. I like the money. But as I've heard several of your other viewers, unfortunately, I'm still pretty young, and I still got another 10 to 20 years before I'm eligible to retire. But you could bet your last dollar when that day comes, I'll be more than happy to turn in my keys because, like I said before, it's getting to be way too dangerous to drive these trucks nowadays. Not because of other truckers. I have no problem with the other truck drivers. It's these cars that's causing the problems, and they causing big problems. And like I said, that accident that occurred in Houston yesterday was totally unnecessary. Now, let me say one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, and that's going back to Donald Trump one more time. I think I overheard last night on one of your news briefs. I know you don't have nothing to do with, these news breaks, what these people say. But I could have swore I heard one of those guys say that Donald Trump is telling Johnson, the press secretary, not to send money to the border because he wants more controversy. He wants more people coming in because that'll make it look worse and make him eligible, make it easier for him to get reelected again. Now, I hope that I know damn well that's not true, that Donald Trump doesn't want the border to be wide open and all these people to come in. But I think that's what I heard that guy say last night. But like I say, either way you look at it, Steve, Johnson, he needs to go marry the green woman that from Georgia. Yeah, she has a loud mouth, a big mouth, this and that. But like I said, there's a time that we have to stick together right now. The Democrats, you see what they're doing to Trump. We need to come together as a unit in these next 5 to 6 months before the election. The hell with Johnson. We got bigger plans. And and the main thing I wanted to talk to you about, Steve, is what Joe Biden is doing. And this goes back, maybe that one guy that's the preacher, I forgot what his name is, the guy who calls his show. And I know he's going to back me up on this. What Joe Biden is doing, Steve, that means doom for the United States. It says that in the Bible. I listened to a guy today when I was riding down the road, and it clearly says in the Bible, people that stand with Israel will be blessed by God. And it said those that turn their back on Israel will be doomed. Now, this is exactly what Joe Biden is doing right now by not giving Israel the ammunition and the tools they need to defeat Hamas. This is a bad sign for the United States, what Joe Biden is doing, Steve. Joe Biden, he need to go read the Bible and check it out and see what it says about people that turn their back on Israel, and then he might have a change of heart. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Very good. Yeah, there's a bunch of things you covered there, but as far as the aid to Israel, yes, there's a lot of outrage there. Now, it was quite interesting that Representative Corey Mills actually submitted to House counsel impeachment articles against Biden, alleging that he is compromising the national security of the United States by withholding military aid to Israel. Now, he wrote up the impeachment against the president, referring to him as Quid Pro Joe. Now, here's the fun part. He actually used the template, the impeachment articles that were written up by Jerry Nadler, accusing then President Trump of abuse of power in 2019 for withholding aid to Ukraine. I have submitted to House counsel and will pursue action tomorrow morning, which will be this morning, using the Democrats' own language, but Biden's actual abuse of power. Now, that hours after Senator Tom Cotton called for the House to impeach Biden. The House has no choice but to impeach Biden based on the Trump-Ukraine precedent they set of withholding foreign aid to help with re-election. Only with Biden, it's true. Now, the issue is Biden's proclamation in an interview Wednesday night. He is indeed withholding heavy munitions from Israel that could be used in the offensive against Rafah, Hamas in Rafah. Biden dangled the aid approved by Congress, signed into law by him, as a warning against going into Rafah. They paused a shipment of 1,800 one-ton bombs and 1,700 500-pound explosives that were headed to Israel. Using the powers of the high office, President Biden solicited a quid pro quo with the foreign government of Israel by withholding precision-guided weapon shipments in order to try and extract military policy changes. President Biden sought to pressure the government of Israel to take steps by conditioning official U.S. government acts of significant value to Israel. In doing so, President Biden used the powers of the presidency in a manner that compromised the national security of the United States and its ally, Israel. Cotton also said Thursday that Israel's fighting a just and necessary war. Israel, you don't have a problem with America. You have a problem with Joe Biden and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and the Democrats. So there you go. About a minute before news update here. We'll get back to your call. Buckwheat's going to be checking in. We'll hear from Vic. I think Buckwheat's going to talk about, you got the weekend Family Fun Day rally there taking place in the Northeast. Yeah, hoping your weather holds out for that as well. In the next hour, looks like the announcement, FedEx Freight continues to try to streamline the less than truckload unit of FedEx Corporation, confirming they will be closing 7 service centers across the country this year as that division continues to make alignments to the freight network. They did list which particular service centers they'll be shutting down. We'll share that with you. They didn't give a timeline exactly what dates that'll be taking place. But that and so much more coming up on a Friday. It is 844-844-3388.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. House Republicans are continuing to react to President Biden saying he will withhold more weapon shipments to Israel if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu launches a full-scale attack in Rafah. Several Republican members of Congress speaking out regarding the move, including Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz.
The Biden White House has been the most anti-Israel administration this nation has ever seen. Literally from day one, the Biden White House has been undermining Israel at every step of the way.
Meantime, the White House pushing back on those allegations by Senator Cruz.
This is a president who rushed additional military articles to Israel and, frankly, provided expertise from our own military to go over there to help them as they thought through their planning and their operation of these structures.
That's White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby. Adult film actress Stormy Daniels completed her testimony Thursday in the New York hush money trial against former President Trump. As far as what the prosecution was hoping to accomplish by putting Daniels on the witness stand, constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley says,
I mean, the prosecutors clearly wanted to get the lurid stuff out. They clearly knew that she would combust on the stand. They wanted to play it out for the cable news. They wanted to get it out there. And it really sort of reaffirms the narrative of Trump that this is an extension of politics.
Missouri Republican Congressman Mark Alford is asking Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for more details regarding the roughly 400,000 illegal immigrants who were allowed to bypass the southern border and fly directly into the United States from abroad. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Harvey Weinstein appeared in a Queens, New York courtroom Thursday morning as California seeks to extradite the disgraced movie mogul to serve a 16-year prison sentence there for rape. Speaking outside the courtroom, Weinstein attorney Diana Fabi Sampson says Weinstein is unable to go to California due to his health issues and his pending legal case in New York.
Our main concern in all of this is that Mr. Weinstein is here in New York so that we can prepare for trial and that he get the medical care he needs.
There's an update in the bribery case against a Texas Democratic congressman. USA's John Schaefer has the story.
2 key figures in the bribery case against a Texas congressman and his wife are reportedly accepting plea deals offered by government prosecutors. The recently unsealed federal indictment accuses U.S. Congressman Henry Cuellar and his wife Imelda of accepting nearly $600,000 from a Mexican bank and Azerbaijani government officials from 2014 to 2021. As part of the deal, the individuals will assist the Justice Department in its case against Cuellar.
Disney and Warner Brothers Discovery announced on Wednesday that they will be joining forces to bundle Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max. The price of the package has not yet been disclosed, but it's expected to be available this summer. The announcement comes as both companies, along with Fox, unveil the sports streaming service scheduled to debut this fall. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
go. Another hour. Welcome back. Kicking off a Friday, 10th day of May. Here it comes. Yes, indeed, Mother's Day weekend. Happy Mother's Day, all the moms out there early on. This will be our final show till we actually will be closing out Mother's Day, making it to a Monday. All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends checking in coming up here. Buckwheat. All right, third time's a charm, Buckwheat. Hey. I guess you've been in and out of cell zone there, apparently.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. The phone gremlins were attacking today. I want to let everybody know down in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Route 30 is going to be closed this weekend, starting at, I think it was 9 o'clock tonight to 5 o'clock Monday morning. They're doing the road construction, and I guess they're taking down a bridge there at the 222 interchange. And, so that's going to, if anybody's coming in the local area, that's going to affect their weekend plans, traveling wise. And I hope it don't mess up the convoy, the route, with everybody trying to go other areas, because the route does get pretty close to that area. But I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens on Sunday about that. But I just want to talk a little bit about the NEC rally. I was looking at all the stuff that they have coming in there, and they have 2 pallets of ice cream mix. I guess they hope to sell a lot of ice cream. And I was looking over the baked good table and baked good supplies that they have in the cooler there, and man, it would have been nice to have some of them for my coffee this morning. But had to leave them there. But actually, your little friend there, Mario Kart's he's going to be manning the baked goods stand. So if anybody wants to come meet him, he'll be there from, I guess, 9 o'clock Saturday morning to 1 o'clock. That's his time slot.
Okay.
With my wife. So, but it's, I'm not exactly sure what to all say about it, because we never did it before. And I'll be parking cars, and I thought maybe I'll wear the one of the new hats that I got from you guys. That there has like a lime green that would stand out and make everybody know where I'm at, to tell them where to park.
Right.
But I wanted to get your sticker on my pickup truck and send a picture into the to get in that contest, but I didn't get around to it yet. But I guess I'm not sure. I guess I'll miss out. Is it going to be for next week yet too, or?
I don't know that she's got a cutoff time. Like I said, I forgot all about it this week. I mean, I think this is the 3rd or 4th week, maybe. But yeah, I mean, that's a pretty easy thing, the swag packs. So
yeah, well, I ordered a couple stickers on my last shipment from you guys, and
okay,
so I want to get them on my pickup truck to go the overnight drive sticker right beside the hot shot stickers I got on it.
Good deal.
So it's good stuff. And so hopefully the local weather forecaster says Saturday's going to be the best weather day of the weekend around here. So, but it still has a threat of rain. But anyhow, we'll take it as it comes, and we'll nothing you can do to stop the rain. I mean, it's going to come if it's coming or not.
Correct. Yep. Nothing I can do to control Mother Nature. I've done all I can. I put in the request with the AccuWeather gods. Come on, nice weather this weekend.
Yeah. Sure hope we can have a nice weather for the parade, on Sunday. And we're planning to be down there, and hopefully our whole family will be wearing the Overnight Drive T-shirts that we got. And we'll stand out and make a good impression for the show to more listeners.
Yes. And your fundraiser, and for those who may not have caught it, that fundraiser thing you're doing is for one of your drivers. What was the story about them again?
Well, as a young man, I think he's in his upper 20s now, 28, 29 years old, and he developed Huntington's disease, which is a degenerative disease. There is no known cure, and it leads, after it breaks out, you have 10, 15 years, and then you're dead. He has 2 small children. He's been a driver for us for, I would say 9, 10 years. He started out washing our trucks, and then he got his driving license, and he drove up to New York City and did everything with us. And then he got that disease, and I think it's been like a year and a half that he hasn't been able to drive. And it's a hereditary disease, and if he has it, it does not mean his children will have it, but they could be carriers of it and pass it on to their children, or you could skip a couple generations before it shows up again.
Wow.
It's no fault of his own. No, it's not like if you're developed lung cancer, you're smoking. I mean, you had probably some part in it, but it's just the way the cookie crumbles, and it's the way of the community to reach out to his family and show them that they're not forgotten. And Horsefeather said something about the St. Christopher's Fund, and I'm going to look into that and see if there's something that they can do for him. I'm not sure how that program all works. I hadn't thought about it until Horsefeather said something about it yesterday. But it's sort of a gloomy situation when all of us are going to die someday, but when you have a status like that, your death is looking at you in the face. And he's a very energetic, fun-loving guy, and he's always happy, and he's always smiling. And he does have a YouTube channel that he takes pictures of trucks. I think it's large truck without the spell the truck without the C, lowercase underscore 1998 is his trucking channel. That he loves old pictures of old trucks, and that's the older trucks, the large cars and stuff like that. He goes around and videotapes and puts it on YouTube. He also has an Instagram channel, but I don't know what all that details are. But they will have the business cards there at the end. Post a picture of the card and on your website or something. So anyhow, I appreciate it. If there's anybody that wants to show up, and that's fine. And I know not everybody's in this area, so that's okay. But
Well, hopefully you'll have a good turnout, a good fundraiser, and Mother Nature will give you the desirable weather, right? Guess it'll be a little bit on the cool side, but hopefully the rain stays away for Saturday. All right, let me see here. It is 844-844-3388. I mentioned earlier that the sun has been very, very active. Coronal mass ejections, or CMEs, northern lights potentially to be seen all the way down into the lower 48, especially the northern tier, maybe this weekend, Friday night, maybe even again Saturday night. Seth said, it's a possibility. He said, watch for a major earthquake somewhere around the world this weekend or early next week. It doesn't happen every time, but it does sometimes. With a lot of CME activity. I don't know, is there a correlation between the two? Undoubtedly, those CMEs are impacting the magnetic field of our planet, so that's what causes the aurora borealis. All right, points to ponder. All right, back to, what was it? Eagle had mentioned the The wreck involving a truck on the westbound lanes of 610, the North Loop, that caused officials to shut down all main lanes in both directions. Major traffic delays, one fatality. Investigation got underway for the crash involving a big rig and a passenger vehicle. The concrete barrier in the center of the freeway suffered damage as well. It's about 3:10 p.m. Houston police got the call. Said the big rig, which was hauling a bulldozer, collided with a person in a small Mazda vehicle who was trying to switch lanes. That caused the big rig driver to lose control. Ultimately, the bulldozer, attaching from the trailer, tumbling into oncoming traffic in the eastbound lanes and struck two cars. Houston Fire said 2 patients were initially transported from the scene. The driver in one of those vehicles was dead at the scene. Wow. Everything, obviously, traffic was being forced off. Backups were considerable. They finally got that reopened there on Thursday morning. The carelessness of a four-wheeler just trying to switch lanes. That's... All right, FedEx Freight, let me give the rest of the story. 7 service centers will be closed this year. As the less-than-truckload industry evolves at FedEx, we're continuing to adapt our freight network to meet forecasted demand and make adjustments that align with the evolving needs of the business, according to a FedEx spokesperson. The 7 facilities to be closed later this year represent about 1% of our overall door count. Some team members will be offered opportunities at nearby FedEx locations. They did not give any specific dates for the closures, not clear how many workers will be affected. But those 7 service centers slated to close are Chicago Ridge in Illinois, London, Kentucky, Canova, West Virginia, Mount Vernon, Illinois, Wilmar, Minnesota, Yuma, Arizona, and Zanesville, Ohio. Decisions of this nature are never made lightly. They're the result of much thought and consideration for the needs of our business. We remain committed to expanding where the volume is and is forecasted to grow. They said FedEx Freight footprint remains significantly larger than its LTL competitors. We have approximately 30% more doors than our closest competitor and approximately 40% more than our second closest competitor. Now, they closed 29 U.S. service centers between May and August of last year, part of their ongoing efficiency drive, as they put it. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Here's what they have to say at spaceweather.com here. Wow. Yeah, we've talked over the years. There was an event known as the Carrington event. A massive solar storm. That occurred in the days before we had all this modern day technology, satellites, and all this stuff that would be decimated if such an event would take place today. The top headline, are we about to experience a new Carrington event? They say no. The sunspot AR-3664 is indeed a Carrington-class sunspot. But the CME's, coronal mass ejections it has hurled toward the Earth in the past few days are not as potent as the monster CME of September 1 of 1859. Now, NOAA says we might experience a severe geomagnetic storm when the CMEs arrive this weekend. Now, I tried to explain, if geomagnetic storms were hurricanes, severe would be Category 4. The Carrington event was Category 5 or greater. So this is not a Carrington event. Even so, Category 4 is pretty intense if it indeed happens. What we have at this point are 5 CMEs headed for the Earth. The Great Sunspot AR-3664 hurled an astonishing 5 CMEs, all in this frantic 2-day period. Now, they've got a kind of a time-lapse video posted on spaceweather.com where you can see all these explosions from the sun and all the particles being thrown toward the Earth. According to the NOAA forecast model, the first 3 CMEs could merge to form what they call a cannibal CME. Cannibal CMEs form when fast-moving CMEs overtake and gobble up slower CMEs in front of them. Internal shock waves created by such CME collisions do a good job sparking geomagnetic storms when they strike the Earth's magnetic field. The cannibal CME is expected to arrive on May 11th. So this is Friday the 10th, so that's what they're saying, Friday night into Saturday morning. It alone could spark a strong G3 geomagnetic storm with 2 more CMEs following close behind. Storm levels could become extreme, G4, sparking auroras at even mid to low latitudes across Europe and the USA. Okay, busy, the sun. And somewhere I saw that if you still have your solar eclipse glasses, that you would be, if you have a sunny day, if you can see the sun, you could actually put on your solar eclipse glasses and look at the sun and see that massive sunspot, 3664, which I think they said it is 15 times as wide as the planet Earth, that one sunspot. It's massive. In the meantime, let's get back to the calls here. Friday morning. Vic, check it in. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, Steve. You mentioned that. I looked to see if my solar eclipse glasses were still there, but my wife and her cleaning, one of her cleaning deals, I guess she's done something with them. But anyway, when you mentioned that Carrington event, I just happened to think back on our favorite topic of climate change. Wasn't that when they said the Industrial Revolution started changing everything or something or whatever with the climate? I don't know, maybe not. But that really wasn't what I was calling about. Was all the stuff going on politically and legal-wise. I was reminded of the old saying. Have you ever heard the old saying is that all it takes for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing? I don't know if you've ever heard of that saying or not.
I've heard that. Yes.
But it's like, it seems like no matter what you do, that there is a group of people that are determined to make sure that the rest of the world abides by their rule one way or another. And one of the things that one of the mechanisms they've used is this so-called Open Society Foundation, which Biden was a part of, and Soros and everything else. And it just amazes me that we have allies that really can't depend on us. And we also have some people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know exactly if she doesn't know what's going on in the world or she just doesn't understand it or what, but her big thing was this Ukraine aid, and she's saying, well, the people, want this or that, and they're upset with the way Republicans are doing everything. But most of what I've seen is just because people in one part of the country don't like something, that doesn't mean everybody in throughout the whole country is opposed to certain things, or their experiences are different. What quickest example I can think of right now, they used to say that a Dixiecrat was more conservative than a Northeastern Republican. So, that's just one example. And I really don't know where these people are coming from, this, MTG and her crowd, that they are so determined to basically hamstring the speaker, and they only have a 1-vote majority.
Correct, yes. Hey, well, we got to pause for a news break there. So hold that thought. We'll come back and pick up right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A federal appeals court rejected Hunter Biden's bid to dismiss his federal gun indictment on Thursday. The president's son is scheduled to stand trial next month in Delaware, facing allegations of illegally purchasing and possessing a revolver in 2018 while using illicit drugs. 2 key figures in the bribery case against a Texas congressman and his wife are reportedly accepting plea deals offered by government prosecutors. The recently unsealed federal indictment accuses U.S. Congressman Henry Cuellar and his wife Imelda of accepting nearly $600,000 from a Mexican bank and Azerbaijani government officials from 2014 to 2021. As part of the deal, the individuals will assist the Justice Department in its case against Cuellar. Southern states are evaluating the aftermath of severe storms that claimed several lives. Tennessee experienced at least 4 tornadoes Wednesday, resulting in 2 deaths. Another was reported in Charlotte, North Carolina. John Schaefer, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Friday. I had shared the link yesterday morning. Got a kind of a frantic phone call from the daughter. I did not have the phone with me at the time, so I missed her call. Wife was still snoozing. She missed the call. But apparently some sort of there was a bomb threat. These things have been happening around the country. Three big schools in the district my grandson attends had received some sort of an emailed bomb threat, according to district officials. Dispatchers said Northwest High School, Colerain High School, White Oak Middle School listed in an email threat obtained by a student resource officer that notified the sheriff's office, and canines were dispatched to each of the schools. They put out a memo about 8:44 in the morning. I guess Stephen got on the bus about 7 o'clock. He gets on the bus. 6:50, 6:55, somewhere in that range. So the school day had barely even begun. Out of an abundance of caution, the bomb dogs were sent out due to the length of the process to go through the schools. They said students were dismissed for the day. Rome was kind of shook up. It's kind of scary with all the things you see in the news and things happening at schools around the country. He's only 12 years old, so he said they had to get up and leave right now. His phone was still at the school. So he hasn't. He said, "Papa, I've been using your phone all day because I was sleeping anyway." So I guess they'll be back in class this morning. I hadn't had any further updates as to where that threat may have emanated from, but remember several months ago there were schools all over the country, Texas, New York, multiple schools receiving these kind of threats. And if memory serves, they were saying it's some of these overseas organizations trying to strike fear, terror into our kids and whatnot, and traumatizing them. But I think Ro's okay. But all right, Vic, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Oh, yeah, thanks for holding me over there. But what you just mentioned there, when I was talking about the people in Congress that are wasting a lot of resources fighting amongst themselves there, we all get that the border needs to be protected. We need to find out who's coming in here and what they're up to, all these protests and everything else. We know they're being funded by outside people. But right now, we have a bigger problem, the United States does, in that China, with their Belt and Road Initiative, and we're over there worrying about Ukraine, and the laundry list of corrupt governments that we have supported over the years, Afghanistan, right-wing dictators in Latin and South America. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. Robert Moon in South Korea. So the fact that Zelensky and his group is corrupt is really not too surprising. The big question that I have is Joe Biden kind of paying off some debts or something or whatever by funding some of the things he's doing, keeping certain people in power over there, administration and all that. And at someday that needs to be looked at really hard, but it isn't right now because the United States is not known as a reliable ally in the first place because we haven't really stood by our allies very well for some time. And then to do what we're doing in Israel, not only are we not giving Israel smart bombs and munitions, but we are giving them to Hezbollah and the Houthis. I don't really understand that, but they said some way, somehow, that Biden did a workaround to get weapons to those people. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. And I was just looking at a thing there that's coming from NTD News and Epoch Times and all that. They said the Chinese Communist Party sends advanced propaganda units to different countries, and they don't want anybody demonstrating against any Chinese official when they're visiting in these foreign countries. And Hungary was one. Anyway, there were some others over there that's in that same area that Ukraine is. And I'm thinking to myself, we need to concentrate on the big issues right now. And basically, the whole deal with these countries around the world and with Israel, I don't think Biden and his defense team, I don't think they understand how serious that Israel is about making sure that they honor their never again saying as regards any type of Holocaust or anything else. And Israel threatened to use nuclear weapons, I think it was the 67, 68, somewhere in through there. And the United States just barely got that shut down. So if we choose not to give Israel conventional weapons, and the other thing too was the smart bombs, which would basically keep from killing a lot of civilian people, rather than using the dumb bombs. And they have the terrorist complex over there, the tunnel complex. I'm pretty sure they're holding hostages in there, and Hamas doesn't want to release those. And the Biden excuse was that Israel is violating international law regarding wars. Well, if you look at that, that only covers combatant wars where people wear uniforms and each side is identified. If you're not identified, that international law on war doesn't apply, because then that becomes a spy or a guerrilla. And as is often said, if you're not wearing a uniform but you're fighting for another side, you're just an open target. So I don't know who's advising Biden if they're not following the international law on war, because Hamas and all these terrorist groups aren't following the international law on war. But the point that I wanted to make is I do not know exactly what Biden thinks he is going to gain from all this and all this lawfare stuff that's going on. I know that the Open Society people, they're desperately trying to keep Trump from the White House. I don't believe it's going to work, but we'll just have to wait and see, because there are a lot of people that are furiously working on these law cases, and they seem like they're all falling apart one by one. And because none of them, I think Trump mentioned, said none of them are actually past legal muster, and that's pretty much what all the legal people are saying. So when that goes to falling apart, I don't know what they will come up with, but I'm sure it's something. And Steve, you often mentioned about how Washington, D.C. was the escort capital of the world.
Right.
And they're going after Trump. They're going after Trump because they said he used some personal money for Stormy Daniels. Congress has a whole division set aside to protect their people. And I'll guarantee you, if you took every congressman's credit card and looked at what they had charged for it and everything else, I suspect you'll find a few charges that really weren't what they said they were for. But I know those escorts carry credit cards, and they just basically say to the person, well, I shouldn't say credit cards. They carry the credit card machines or whatever. They don't carry machines anymore, but how they phone them in and all. And basically they just say to the guy, you're on expense account. Yeah, well, what should I put this down as? And the escort will put it down as whatever will pass muster with his expense account. People in his corporation or political unit or whatever. So the fact that Alvin Bragg's up there, I think he's trying to say that Trump was recorded something wrong or something, and the whole deal there with Cohen, I guess he paid off Stormy Daniels really without the Trump's consent, the Trump organization or something. And then he got upset. Cohen got upset because he didn't think he was going to get his money back, and Trump just kind of did him a favor and went on, and that's kind of what it turned in. But the simple fact of the matter is the only thing that the Democrats have right now is to somehow convince people that Trump is a totally irresponsible, dirty old man. And I don't think that's going to work. And, and as Eagle mentioned, now they're coming up and saying that Trump doesn't want them to solve the border situation because that would rob him of an issue. Well, I believe it's the other way around. Trump's saying, we don't need these people to get in here because we know the Democrats are some way, somehow going to try to vote these people. So, those two statements don't match, that Trump wants it as an issue, while at the same time he's saying we need to keep those people out of this country and know who they are and make sure they don't vote. So, it's just the whole thing with the Democrat organization is they realize that their only chance is to continue to promote rumors, and if they're successful, we're really going to be in for a rough time. And that's when I get upset with some of the Republicans wanting to worry about, vacating Speaker Johnson or any of this type of stuff. It's like they need to take and do, for lack of a better term, a battlefield assessment and see what their priorities should be. And if you were doing that, you weren't about fighting one amongst the other, saying, no, I got the better plan. And this person, no, what you do, you sit down and say, what will yield us the best situation, the best result, the greatest possibility of long-term victory? Because as sad as it is, there has been times in battlefields whenever some people just has to stand and perform I guess you'd say, a waiting action, or have to be sacrificed just to hold back other troops, to give them to give the rest of the troops time to get in battle formation. So that's just kind of the way that I look at this deal, and I really don't understand why or who or how. I mean, well, I don't know what the Republicans are trying to gain out of this. Those that are doing this and worrying about these speaker fights, and like I said, you just mentioned there about with your grandson there. That's just one example of what the terrorists are up to. And I mean, earlier tonight, my wife said something said I imagine that the terrorists are going to hit in Paris at the Olympics, and I said no, it will be here in the United States. They're not going to worry about Paris or anything else. And I said it will just depend. I said if the Democrats get their back against the wall, somebody's going to be making an assessment. Is Biden going to get defeated? So should we make our move now?
Yeah.
Or if we make our move, will we guarantee that Biden gets defeated? So I think the only thing that the terrorist in the open society is looking at is, if we make a hit, will we ensure a Trump victory? Or if it looks like Biden's going to get defeated at any rate, do we go ahead and make our move now? Because we know what will happen if Trump takes office.
Yep.
And that's just
very good. You mentioned the use of illegals and voting. They're saying it was you've heard the term a Freudian slip. You say something, whoops, you said what you really meant. But Joe Biden this past day, being roasted for his Freudian slip when he's talking about the illegals pouring into the country. Biden says Hispanic immigration to the United States is a little bit like back in the 1840s and the great exodus of Ireland. It's even a bigger influx now in terms of Hispanic voters or Hispanic citizens. Yeah, you said voters. You know what you said, because that's what the expectation is. It's an even bigger influx now in terms of Hispanic voters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you call it? A casual Friday, right? Good to have you with us. Update. Baltimore. I think we mentioned last evening, recovery crews did indeed recover the body of the sixth and final person who went down with the bridge there in Baltimore. As crews planned to remove a large section of the wreckage, salvage crews recovered the body of 37-year-old Jose Lopez of Baltimore. Of course, crews will be conducting I think Horsefeathers mentioned this evening. The latest plan now is they're going to conduct a controlled demolition to break up the collapsed bridge. The Dolly's, the ship's 21-member crew, will remain on the ship and shelter in place during the demolition. The demolition will allow crews to free the Dolly and return marine traffic to normal in the port of Baltimore. This method, they say, is the safest and swiftest way to remove the debris. U.S. Coast Guard announced plans to reopen the Fort McHenry limited access channel to a depth of 45 feet today, Friday. Following the expected removal of the Dolly, the 3 other temporary channels will remain open. The Army Corps of Engineers plans to reopen the port's permanent channel by the end of the month. They're racing to clear the channel and reopen the port to full capacity after the temporary closure, of course, a significant role in the economy of Maryland. Handled a record amount of cargo in that port last year. Now, then the reconstruction. Officials say they hope to reconstruct the Key Bridge by the fall of 2028. I mean, we're talking 4 years. A mammoth project expected to cost $1.7 to $1.9 billion. As far as the NTSB investigation, that's ongoing as to why the Dolly smashed into the bridge. Okay, the city of Baltimore filed a lawsuit against the owners and the operators of the Dolly, claiming they were negligent. I found the headline itself rather astounding. How many people leave a gun in your vehicle? Maybe if you go to work, you might, if you have one in the glove box. Some employers don't allow you to even have a gun on the premises or even in the parking lot. But apparently an awful lot of people leave weapons in their vehicle. As the headline says, a gun is stolen from a car every 9 minutes in this country. The rate of gun theft from cars has tripled in the U.S. in the past 10 years. A new study published this past day by the gun safety group Everytown. The authors analyzed FBI crime data from 337 small to large cities in 44 states, covering about 63 million people. In 2013, there were 21 gun thefts from automobiles per 100,000 people. By 2022, the rate of theft had increased threefold to 63.1 firearms stolen from cars per 100,000 people. The study noted that while gun thefts from cars has risen over 200% during that time, overall theft from vehicles has decreased 11%. Of the 112,000 guns reported stolen in 2022, about 51% of them were taken from cars. That figure of roughly 62,000 guns amounts to an average of at least one firearm stolen every 9 minutes from a vehicle in this country. That's crazy. Now, the study noted that the rate of gun theft from cars is 18 times higher when the city is located in a state with less restrictive gun laws. Memphis has the highest rate of gun theft from cars, with Atlanta, St. Louis, and Richmond, Virginia, and San Antonio rounding out the top 5. They noted that a law passed in Tennessee in 2014 that allowed all legal gun owners to store firearms in parked vehicles. Well, that's kind of a dumb thing anyway. I don't understand why you would do that. They noted that since 2013, more than 29,000 guns have been stolen from vehicles in the state. They emphasized the importance of the study in that stolen guns are often used to commit other crimes. During the same 10-year period, gun homicides increased 85% in Tennessee. So obviously this gun safety group, Everytown, they're all about, I think they're all about being more like the gun grabbers, right? They want legislators to pass more gun regulations. The problem of stolen guns from cars could be greatly reduced by gun owners if they simply locked their vehicles and securing firearms so they're not visible. You're telling me people like leave their guns sitting on the seat or what? Either way, it is 844-844-3388. We'll get a news break coming up here. Back with more. Hey, we're rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good to have you with us. And lines available. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios as we roll into Mother's Day weekend.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing at Transcap. We're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. House Republicans are continuing to react to President Biden saying he will withhold more weapon shipments to Israel if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu launches a full-scale attack in Rafah. Several Republican members of Congress speaking out regarding the move, including Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz.
The Biden White House has been the most anti-Israel administration this nation has ever seen. Literally from day one, the Biden White House has been undermining Israel at every step of the way.
Meantime, the White House pushing back on those allegations by Senator Cruz.
This is a president who rushed additional military articles to Israel and, frankly, provided expertise from our own military to go over there to help them as they thought through their planning and their operation of these structures.
That's White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby. Adult film actress Stormy Daniels completed her testimony Thursday in the New York hush money trial against former President Trump. As far as what the prosecution was hoping to accomplish by putting Daniels on the witness stand, constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley says,
I mean, the prosecutors clearly wanted to get the lurid stuff out. They clearly knew that she would combust on the stand. They wanted to play it out for the cable news. They wanted to get it out there. And it really sort of reaffirms the narrative of Trump that this is an extension of politics.
Missouri Republican Congressman Mark Alford is asking Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for more details regarding the roughly 400,000 illegal immigrants who were allowed to bypass the southern border and fly directly into the United States from abroad. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Harvey Weinstein appeared in a Queens, New York courtroom Thursday morning as California seeks to extradite the disgraced movie mogul to serve a 16-year prison sentence there for rape. Speaking outside the courtroom, Weinstein attorney Diana Fabi Sampson says Weinstein is unable to go to California due to his health issues and his pending legal case in New York.
Our main concern in all of this is that Mr. Weinstein is here in New York so that we can prepare for trial and that he get the medical care he needs.
There's an update in the bribery case against a Texas Democratic congressman. USA's John Schaefer has a story.
2 key figures in the bribery case against a Texas congressman and his wife are reportedly accepting plea deals offered by government prosecutors. The recently unsealed federal indictment accuses U.S. Congressman Henry Cuellar and his wife Imelda of accepting nearly $600,000 from a Mexican bank and Azerbaijani government officials from 2014 to 2021. As part of the deal, the individuals will assist the Justice Department in its case against Cuellar.
Disney and Warner Brothers Discovery announced on Wednesday that they will be joining forces to bundle Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max. The price of the package has not yet been disclosed, but it's expected to be available this summer. The announcement comes as both companies, along with Fox, unveil the sports streaming service scheduled to debut this fall. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF Regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And welcome into a Friday. Get everybody on the same page. 10th day of May. Okay. Real quick, like I wanted to get back on talking about the number of guns stolen out of vehicles. There's a little legal piece from a gentleman who said, I'm assuming the question is where to put a gun in a car when you don't take it in with you. There's a few things to consider. Do not, no matter where or how you store it, it can be stolen. So he said, don't. Just first thing, don't leave it in your car. No matter where or how you store it, it can still be stolen and used in ways you do not want. If you leave it in the car to go into a gun-free zone, maybe reconsider where you shop or do business. If you want to leave it in the car to have it when you go out, strongly consider carrying on your person instead. If you must, for whatever reason, leave the gun in your car, start by checking local laws on if and how you must store it. Check out liability. You can likely be sued in a civil court if someone steals it and commits a crime. You might even be criminally liable. Know your local laws. If you must leave a gun in your car, get a lockbox that you can, at the very least, cable mount to something in the car. Ideally, it should be permanently mounted to the car with tamper-proof mounting hardware so the lockbox can't be stolen and broken into later. Okay. As we get back at it at 844-844-3388. In New York, traffic's always a problem, right? We know many drivers don't want to go into New York anyway. Do you want to go into New York in the middle of the night? In an attempt to reduce truck traffic during peak hours in the nation's largest city, New York City officials are trying to entice businesses to receive overnight truck deliveries. The New York City Department of Transportation announcing they will allocate $6 million to encourage businesses to participate in their off-hour deliveries incentives program. Actually kind of paying you money to take your deliveries overnight. They stated that reducing deliveries during the busiest part of the day would improve traffic safety, protect the environment, combat some of that daytime congestion, and double parking. The program will provide this financial incentive for businesses to shift deliveries to off-peak hours. That would be 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. Funding comes from the Department of Transportation Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program. Participating businesses would receive a one-time payment to make overnight truck deliveries feasible. Approved purposes of the funding include installing low-noise equipment for delivery vehicles like newer hand pallet trucks and backup alarms, building security retrofits to enable unattended deliveries, installing safety equipment such as security cameras. They will be hosting a virtual information session about this to businesses coming up in next month, in June. But as we know, 90% of everything in our city, our food and drink, our clothing and paper towels, come in by truck. To decrease congestion on the roads, we We have to get a handle on our deliveries, according to the deputy mayor for operations. That's a name you might recognize. Mira Joshi. Remember, she was the interim head of the FMCSA there. While we work to route deliveries into lower emissions vehicles, we can make immediate inroads by spreading them out across the day if we can encourage businesses to be open to pick them up. This program will go a long way toward helping businesses help our city, decreasing emissions, improving air quality, and keeping our thoroughfares moving. Will businesses participate? Yes, Joshi was the FMCSA's acting administrator back in 2021 after taking over duties that January. Her role in that position was very short-lived after she announced as New York City's deputy mayor for operations that December. So she moved on, and the revolving door has continued there at the FMCSA. All right, I think Eagle wanted to chime in a little bit about Stormy Daniels, right? Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now, Steve?
Yes, go ahead. We got you.
Okay. Yeah, I want to talk about, this case with Stormy Daniels. Yeah, Steve, it looks like Donald Trump, I listened to the interview that he did today before he went into the courtroom and after he went into the courtroom. He can't say, it's really sad that Donald Trump can't say anything about what took place between Stormy and him in this hotel room, but yet this, like I said, this has nothing to do. Here's the bad, like a lot of your callers have said, Steve. This testimony, the size of his penis and what kind of clothes he was wearing in the hotel room, and did he use a condom?
Right.
This has nothing to do. These questions are bogus. This is just a way to embarrass Donald Trump. There's no need to ask for Stormy to give this type of testimony. The thing we need to, we really don't even need to find out. Like I said, the whole damn thing is a joke. But the find out is if Donald Trump gave her money, which is not a crime to begin with. They just made it a crime because they have the same thing in right now for other politicians called a slush fund, Steve, which is basically money, hush money to give people. Well, a lot of these, like I say, all these guys are nothing but hypocrites. These same people that are trying to criticize Trump, Steve, have done the same thing, cheated on their wives or girlfriends and paid a woman money to keep quiet. They act like Donald Trump is the only man in the history of Washington, D.C. politics to do this. So it's like Trump said, it's nothing but a witch hunt. But Trump, you could tell that the guy has been told, unfortunately, he's listening to the gag order because he doesn't want to end up behind bars, which I don't think that loser would do. But he's got to watch. He got to watch what he say about the situation. And like I said, I heard somebody say that they're not even giving his lawyers a chance to prepare for the court. Nobody had any idea that Stormy was even going to be testified this week. They're keeping everything. We don't know when this Cohen guy is going to do his thing. So, only good thing about this, Steve, and one thing I'm glad, that they don't have cameras in the courtroom. I'm glad that there are no cameras to be allowed in this courtroom to videotape this garbage. That's the best thing out of the whole deal is that none of this is being videotaped, and so the people can see this garbage. Yeah, that's working in Donald Trump's favor right there, because I believe that if it was shown more people would turn against Trump listening to this garbage. So all we know is what comes out of the court right now is the words that what we hear, and we don't actually see no video. So that's actually a good thing, and it's a good thing for Trump. Now, one other thing before I hang out with you, Stephen, and that's about Barron. Maybe you can check on his son. I understand that Barron be 18. He's supposed to be graduating from high school. They saying something about that Barron is going to be an honorary. I don't know how they delegate. I don't know how they put it.
Yeah,
but somehow Barron or something to do.
A delegate at the RNC. That is correct.
Yeah, that's what I heard. So yeah, that's good that Barron, is getting involved in this type of thing. That's a good sign. That Donald Trump, showing people that Donald Trump is a family man, and he raised up all his kids. Like you say, Donald Trump. He's always son Barron. They're always well dressed, well mannered. Unlike Joe Biden's son, this guy, his son is well mannered, never gets in trouble. None of Donald Trump's kids smoke drugs, crack, or none of these things. So Donald Trump is a good man, and he's being railroaded. But one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, the main thing I wanted to tell you is that these election polls that are out right now, and they continue to say that him and Joe Biden are running neck and neck. Yeah. Another lie. Yeah, Donald Trump is clearly in the lead. I estimate it's probably it might be 70-30 right now between Trump and Biden. There's no way. They keep saying that it's 50-50 between him and Biden. Biden, with the economy that we have right now, there's no way in hell. People are turning on him left and right. And one thing, that Biden said the other day, Steve, that was kind of an insult, a slap in the face to Americans, was when he said, don't worry about the inflation, that Americans have a lot of money and we can afford to pay these high dollar deals. It's a shame, Steve, that you have to pay $15 for a Big Mac, fry, and a drink. I remember when you used to be able to get that same meal at McDonald's for about $4 or $5 back in the 90s, 80s, or whatever. Now it costs you damn near $20 for a hamburger, a French fry, and a drink. Is really a damn shame the way the prices are in America right now. And I thank you for taking my call.
I had a hankering yesterday for Five Guys Burger after young Rowan had made it safely home after the little scare at the school and everything. And the daughter left work. She was panicking, wanted to get home to her boy, and so the family's all together. And I said, "Who wants Five Guys?" All right, so a burger, just a burger, which you can pick all the toppings you want, right? The burger is like $9.99. That's a 2-patty burger. I think you can get a smaller burger, which the princess just likes the 1 patty of meat. So I don't know. That was $1 or $2 less. But 4 burgers and 1 order of large fries, no drinks, is $50. There you go. $50. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Let me see here. Eskimo Mom sent me over a nominee for Dumbass of the Week. Out of Boulder, Colorado. Police in Colorado said a stick shift thwarting the plans of a suspected truck thief. They posted details of what happened on social media, saying they received a report of a truck that crashed into a fire hydrant. Turns out the woman had just been released from jail after stealing a car the day prior. And as she walked about half a mile down the road, she looked inside the truck. There's the keys. She got inside and, well, drove off, sort of. When she couldn't figure out how to drive the truck's manual transmission, as she jumped out of the vehicle and tried to leave the area on foot, the truck then crashed into the hydrant. Nobody was hurt in the crash. The truck was returned to its owner. The suspect, who was not publicly identified, was charged with second-degree motor vehicle theft, careless driving, driving without a valid license, and duty upon striking an unattended vehicle or other property. Not a standard recommendation for car theft prevention, but this past Friday, a stick shift kept a thief from getting far in a stolen car, said the police. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. Or should we say, hey, Becky, what day is it? What day is it?
Yeah, that'd be her hump day.
Yeah, I'm thinking. So anyways, I don't know. We're back out here doing it one more time before Mother's Day. So see what we can accomplish today and maybe generate a little revenue to put some fuel in the tank to get all the way to the convoy and do the convoy and get home. See if we can afford to do all that. But now we're all in good shape. I think we got things pretty well buttoned up. I got a couple more parts that are supposed to be arriving that if I get them, then things will be back kind of the way I want them. And if not, we can keep doing the bypass until we get the parts. So all that should be good. So I don't know. I think as I told you last night there, the weather looks good for Saturday there for the NHT's deal up there for supporting their driver in Denver, PA. So if anybody gets a chance to be there, I'm sure all are welcome. And of course, looks like there's a chance for showers and that, and a little bit cooler temperature for the convoy day. But don't hesitate. Don't hesitate to come out and enjoy the carnival and all that, because thanks to the Mannheim Auto Auction, if you've ever watched a Mecum auction or a Barrett Jackson or any of those on TV, you see everybody sitting inside in those nice, pretty, shiny, well-lit, painted, beautiful, looking like brand new auction lanes. The Mannheim Auto Auction has actually donated a complete building that's at auction lane. So everything is inside. So there's no being worried about what the weather's like outside. They can keep it all controlled inside there. And So it'll be nice and warm and toasty and dry, and everybody will have a good time. And so everybody will be able to enjoy everything, you know, all the festivities that go on with the carnival, and then, you know, all the trucks will be out in the lot. So if you dare venture out into the weather and want to go see all the trucks, you can go out there. And heck, if you look there where the trucks are all lined up for the first 30 of them to go out, somewhere, I think it's somewhere around the number 8 position, Your Honor. We like the number 8, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, somewhere around the number 8 position will be that old Ward the France fire engine that I have. And of course, I don't know. I don't talk it up too much, but for those who have heard, you can hear it again. And those who haven't heard, that truck I'm driving is actually a sister truck to the Engine 51 from the emergency TV show there that was on back 72 to 77. So you remember Johnny Gage and Roy DeSoto and Captain Stanley and Mike Stoker and all those guys there that were on the emergency TV show. The big Ward LaFrance Engine 51 is an identical truck to what I have, and we're only about 17 off in serial number because they were both built in 1973.
How about that?
So there's a little bit of trivia for you. So at some point we're going to try to get a show board made up. I've been talking to Ranger a little bit about that. He's got a couple ideas for me, and but we're going to try to work with them and the Los Angeles County Fire Museum and try to get some information put together and show how the two of them go together and everything. And so anyways, it looks like it's all going to work out good. But yep. So, and again, I want to thank everybody for all the listeners that have supported me and listened to me and put up with me through the last year and that to get me where I'm back at today. And with all that help, I've actually exceeded we have actually exceeded what we did last year. So I'm pleased to have increased every year I've done this convoy. So anyways, I guess with that, you kind of touched on the Baltimore news earlier there. So that's about all I had for that. And I guess with that, we wish everybody a great weekend and hope everybody has a great Mother's Day. I wish all the mothers a great Mother's Day out there. And I don't know, just say hi to Mom. If you haven't said hi to Mom in a while, call up Mom and say hi. I don't know. Other than that, you have a good weekend, and we'll check back in on. I don't know if I'm running. I don't know if I'm running Sunday night, Monday morning. We might have to wait until Tuesday.
I think after because it's probably the day starts mighty early for you, and the day runs probably late in the afternoon. I wouldn't blame you a bit for taking off the Sunday night there. Get a little rest before getting back out on the highway, all right? Have a great weekend, and congratulations there. Thanks to all those who supported and donated for the Make-A-Wish convoy.
USA News Update. A federal appeals court rejected Hunter Biden's bid to dismiss his federal gun indictment on Thursday. The president's son is scheduled to stand trial next month in Delaware, facing allegations of illegally purchasing and possessing a revolver in 2018 while using illicit drugs. Two key figures in the bribery case against a Texas congressman and his wife are reportedly accepting plea deals offered by government prosecutors. The recently unsealed federal indictment accuses U.S. Congressman Henry Cuellar and his wife Imelda of accepting nearly $600,000 from a Mexican bank and Azerbaijani government officials from 2014 to 2021. As part of the deal, the individuals will assist the Justice Department in its case against Cuellar. Southern states are evaluating the aftermath of severe storms that claimed several lives. Tennessee experienced at least 4 tornadoes Wednesday, resulting in 2 deaths. Another was reported in Charlotte, North Carolina. John Schaefer, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The ones who keep events running safely have passed their exams. The ones who keep events running smoothly have finished their lessons. Now, the only classes that are in session are for the fans to enjoy. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Part of the NTPA's off-season program includes educational and training sessions for the association's entry clerks and technical officials. These 100-plus individuals carry with them both behind-the-scenes and on-track responsibilities for executing the NTPA's membership, credentialing, competition, and safety rules. Last Saturday was the second of 2 online entry schools, which featured demonstrations of the NTPA's customized event registration software, introductions and reinforcements of policies and procedures, and lively discussions of best practices. It's the clerks who keep competitors, event promoters, officials, and the main office on the same page so we can start on time and entertain our fans with well-organized pulling shows. In early spring, the wraps were put on the half-dozen in-person tech schools conducted by Tech Services Director Marvin Epperson. The sessions, which crossed the country from Florida to Minnesota and the calendar from January to April, included a detailed slideshow illustrating several pieces of specialized safety equipment with which all competing vehicles must be equipped. Then every official had to pass a written exam on their current rulebook that was evaluated by the independent SFI Foundation. More than 100 national and state events depend on these officials to inspect every vehicle and promote fair competition. You may only get to see the ones who wave the red and green flags, but everyone who wears the shirt deserves your thanks. Now attention turns back to the regular season schedule and a brand new online portal for Grand National Competitor Class entry. The NTPA has partnered with Trackside Systems of Canton, Ohio to digitize all full year and provisional membership forms for competitors and their vehicles. To sign up or enter a Grand National class at any event, the competitor must create an account with a valid email address, complete and purchase his or her license and vehicle registration if not already done, park the vehicle or vehicles he or she intends to drive in his or her online garage, and then choose the events, sessions, and classes to be entered with that vehicle. The Trackside portal is open right now for competitors to create their accounts, finish their driver license and vehicle registration forms, and fill out their garages. Over the next 2 weeks, the portal will have several events open for entry so that competitors can combine their fees for several polls into one purchase. The deadlines for online entry for each event will be noon on the Monday prior to the event, or in case of the first event in Benson, North Carolina, noon on Tuesday, May 28th. After this deadline, no further GN entries will be accepted online or on-site. While the Trackside service is available for all competitors to complete their 2024 membership documents, these pre-event online entry policies do not apply to regional national classes. They do apply, however, to regional competitors entering Super or Grand National classes. This represents big news to modernize the NTPA's membership and event entry processes. With it comes more information available to the promoter for arranging pit parking and other accommodations, to the association to better organize tech inspection and social media promotion, and to the fan who gets to know for sure that his or her favorite puller will be there to cheer to victory. For more information about the Trackside portal and online GN class entry, visit ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, one more time on a Friday. Thank you much, Mr. Dunlap. Have a great weekend. Yes, Eagle was correct. It will soon be Barron Trump's time to step into the political spotlight. Donald Trump's youngest child, who will graduate from high school next week. Is it this week? Next week? Has largely been kept out of the political spotlight. It was picked by the Republican Party of Florida Wednesday night as one of the state's at-large delegates to the Republican National Convention, according to a list of delegates obtained by NBC News. Florida Republican Chairman Evan Powers said, "We have a great delegation of grassroots leaders, elected officials, and even Trump family members. Florida is continuing to have a great convention team, but more importantly, we're preparing to win Florida and win big." So Trump's position as a delegate will be his highest profile political role thus far. Obviously in a family full of politically involved children. Barron, who turned 18 in March, has retained much more of a private life than his older brothers, Eric and Donald Trump Jr., both of whom will also be Florida at-large RNC delegates, along with Trump's daughter, Tiffany. So there you go. The rest of the story, as they say, on a Friday, casual Friday. What do you say, Scarecrow? Hi there.
Even inquiring minds have to ask the question, just how many best days of the week are we allowed to have? I know at the risk of getting the air up of a particular participant of this program, I think that one can squeeze in another one or two. And in my defense, I'll bring up, when people talk about having priorities, they'll say, well, we got 3 priorities, 6 priorities. Well, in reality, doesn't just one have to be the priority over all the others? The one that you choose to accept and take care of? So my train of thought is, if there's even a couple and maybe even 3, as Horse Feathers was talking about with Becky there and her, what day is it here? That whole theme. Now we've got 3 best days of the week at work, so I'll leave that at that and let throw the gauntlet down, so to speak. What else is cooking here? I heard you earlier talking about Alaska and the Northern Lights and daylight up there. It is intriguing. I don't remember if it was our first or second trip up. I'm thinking it was probably, granddaughter born June 1st, so about very early August. The days would have started to get a little shorter by then. But Steve, I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning. You could go out and mow your lawn. Now this is Anchorage. You could go out and fire up your lawnmower and have no problem, seeing what you're doing. Now, you might raise the hackles of your neighbors and such. I've thought about that in the past, that for a person retired up there, you got afternoon, early evening projects that you might be taking care of around here. Well, up there, aside from the dinner hours and such way, if you had no reason to go to bed, you could keep swinging that hammer and driving them nails. And it's a kind of a totally different world. But I guess you get now. Where the heck? Oh, I was thinking last night too. I think it was last night. 5-7 reported in, and we didn't hear anything about that card, that the sympathy card that a certain listener from New Mexico was going to send them. But in likelihood, that would have been sent to the bride of 5-7. So he might not even be aware that she received that sympathy card for being stuck with him for 42 years. Has he called in yet tonight, Steve?
He has not. No, he has not. Haven't heard from him this morning.
Well, maybe he's putting the question to her as we speak. We'll have to pay close attention over the next hour or so. Steve, I stand corrected over what I had brought up last night or night prior about oversized loads here in Wisconsin. Anyway, all through the years, I've assumed anything beyond the standard trailer width, 102, and likewise back when they were 96, that anything had to be flagged and bannered and such. But my supervisor said they looked into it, and apparently we can go 120 inches wide, here in Wisconsin without anything being marked. I don't know. I guess it's not considered a wide load then. It's kind of a play on words there. Maybe cue ball can set the whole world straight on this one. But so I guess I have to say it. I'll have to eat crow on this one. Yes, I said it. Mother's Day coming up, Steve. Those of us that still have moms to hug, guys, girls, go out and give that mom a hug this weekend if you can physically do that, and tell her you love her. If that's not generally in your vocabulary, do it anyway. Those words themselves are the best gifts that your mom is ever going to receive. As they get up there in years, Steve, material things really don't matter much anymore. It's family and friends and conversation that, you know, kind of makes their day.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, don't be afraid to, you know, and if you catch her off guard with that action and those words, that just may be the greatest moment in many years for her. Now, I've related in the past, Steve, every Tuesday morning and Friday morning I stop and share a few cups of coffee with my mom. She's up there in age, and all the other friends of hers, they are long gone. So there's only a few coffee drinkers left that can swing in there and converse with her. Well, I have a kind of rule of thumb. I never show up before 8 a.m. and gives her a chance to, she's usually up at 7, gives her a chance to get everything together and get the coffee started, snacks on the table. Well, Tuesday morning, Steve, I had a heart stopper. I really thought that was the final moment. When I approached the house, the shades were closed, the blinds were closed, there were no lights on. There's always a table lamp on. And the entry door was still locked, and that told me this is not going to be good. Not going to be good at all. So I went and found the house key, and I hollered, called, still nothing. And I could see her bedroom door was still 3/4 closed, as it always would be. And I walked in, and there she raised her head, and what time is it? She had woken up at 7, as she normally would, but she just decided this is too good to interrupt, so she plopped her head back down, and I guess you can do that when you're 100 years old. And,
right.
But I tell you, Steve, that it was one of those moments that it's going to make this Mother's Day that much more special, you know, knowing that, yes, I still have that old girl to give a hug and tell her I love her. And so, no, and all you listeners out there, if at all possible, man, give that special girl a hug and let it all out. Now, I wanted to share this earlier in the week, Steve, but just kind of a Friday thing. It was 50 years minus a couple of days back. I went out and got a chauffeur's license, and I've had a commercial steering wheel in my hand ever since there, Steve. And I've been kind of trying to recall what the process was. I mean, there was no driver training back then or such. I think it was probably just a written, I don't even know, it was hardly a written test. I think my dad maybe signed off that he'd witnessed me, you know, I could handle the transmission and, you know, the clutching and all this and that. I don't think there was any type of a road test or anything, you know, related to what where they go through today to get a CDL and such. But I was just, you know, thinking about how you never miss something that you've never had. And trucking technology is certainly, you know, an example of that. You know, in that day, well, my first job was working for my dad. He had a milk route. He had both a Ford and a Chevy, the old steel tilt cab, single axle. And that Ford, I'm dwelling on it. Steel dash. I guess there was an AM radio in it. The days of power mirrors and heated mirrors and cruise control and all the goodies, they were years down the road yet at that time. You know, I can even reflect on the windshield washer in that Ford, Steve. That was it was a bag that hung under the dash, and then a rubber, I suppose call it the reservoir on the floor with a rubber butt, and then you stomped on that to the harder you stomped, the higher the water came up onto the windshield.
Mm-hmm.
You know, about as high tech as you could get at that time, I suppose. You know, your dimmer switches are still on the floor. Now, there's something that a lot of current drivers don't know what the heck I'm talking about. But, yeah, the technology in trucking has certainly come around. Unfortunately, it has exceeded the needs of the industry in some areas today. But I guess that's things we have to live with and all. But I never figured I'd be driving this many years, Steve. The first long-time company that I drove for, I was just shy of 25 years with them. When they closed their doors, I felt, well, I've had enough driving. I'm going to move on and try something else. But it still involved steering wheel, and after a couple of years, I was back on the road again. So I guess I'd have to say it's been good for me, Steve. I could have went elsewhere and made better money if I wanted to stay out on the road for the week or such, but I've been able to stay home and see the family and friends, you know, every day. And so, to do it over again, I don't know what I would do if I would change direction at all. Just a side note for any drivers, southern Wisconsin area, that are anticipating a change of any type. They're looking for something different. Now, the word is that Quick Trip is going to put up a satellite distribution center, and I suppose down around the Beloit area or such. Because right now they are limited, you know, in driving time, you know, for the drivers to get back to La Crosse. They're, you know, that radius of about a 5 hour, their cap. So then I know they're looking to expand into Illinois such way. And, you know, it's not for a senior driver. It's a young guy type of job, grocery delivery and such. But I think they're come in right at between 90 and 100,000, and the fuel haulers, they're 100 to 110,000. So anybody willing to give a break in time and keep an ear to the ground and keep alert to a possible future, very good job. And granted, you got to work weekends and such too, but Quick Trip, Steve, has just a phenomenal sharing. They got a 40% profit sharing within the company, so, and they do quite well. So, with that, Steve, I'm just going to be babbling on. So I guess I got across what I truly wanted to touch on at the moment here. If anything comes back at me, we won't be afraid to stick the digits in and spin that dial there.
Don't be a scarecrow.
Otherwise.
Yeah. There you go. Hey, thank you very much, Scarecrow. Have a great weekend. Okay, in the state of Georgia, a new Georgia law means insurers are now mostly protected from lawsuits being filed directly against them after crashes involving trucks. Supporters see the measure as a response to financially crippling nuclear verdicts. Governor Brian Kemp recently signed the bill, which passed 172-0, unanimous. In the State House of Representatives, it was a 46-2 vote in the Senate. Insurers can now be sued directly only if a plaintiff cannot find the driver or the carrier that was involved in the accident, or if the carrier has gone bankrupt. Backers say protecting insurers against such lawsuits would boost the struggling insurance market for the carriers and reduce premiums. An overwhelming majority of states already forbid most direct action lawsuits against insurers of carriers and truck drivers, according to the Insurance Journal. And insurers in states that do allow such actions have responded to huge jury verdicts and settlements by increasing rates or actually halting coverage altogether. Now, Brian Rawson, assistant to Georgia Insurance Commissioner John King, said back in January that the existing law has destroyed our market. No one wants to insure trucking here, from the Insurance Journal. So that's a pretty significant change there in the state of Georgia. Well, what do you say? Do you think, do you live in a good state or a bad state? I guess it would all depend on what you think is good or bad, respectively. Utah is the number one, according to the U.S. News and World Report's Best States rankings. A second straight year, as a matter of fact, with the Beehive State landing among the top 20 in 7 out of 8 statistical categories. They first started this in 2017, the Best States Project, ranking states based on their performance in the several areas: healthcare, education, natural environment, opportunity, economy, crime and corrections, infrastructure, and fiscal stability. Now, they put together thousands of data points across 71 metrics in 8 categories to capture how the 50 states serve their residents. As was the case in 23, Utah's consistency helped make them king. They were in the top 10 in 5 categories measured by U.S. News. They peaked at second in education, followed by number 3 finishes in both economy and infrastructure. So, best states with Utah at number 1. Let's real quick look. New Hampshire was 2, Nebraska, followed by Minnesota, Idaho. At 6 was Iowa, Vermont, Washington at 8, Florida number 9, and Massachusetts at number 10.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The plea to lift Donald Trump's gag order in his hush money case has been rejected. On Thursday, the judge dismissed Trump's claim that he should be permitted to publicly counter adult film star Stormy Daniels now that she's no longer testifying. Previously, Trump's attorney accused Daniels of fabricating false stories about sex following her participation in 100 adult films. Daniels countered, stating, "The intimacy portrayed in the films is indeed authentic, mirroring her alleged encounter with Trump in 2006. U.S. weapons have been used to deadly effect in Gaza, leading to the deaths of many Palestinian civilians. Ryan Daniels explains.
President Biden confirmed it Wednesday and told CNN the U.S. government is pausing a shipment of weapons to Israel now. He said, quote, "Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs," end quote. He says the U.S. will not supply Israel with any weapons to be used in the city of Rafah in southern Gaza if the IDF launches a feared large-scale military offensive there. The city of Rafah is where more than 1 million people have fled and are seeking shelter.
Senate Republicans are criticizing President Biden's decision to delay a shipment of weapons to Israel. Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina told reporters Thursday that the move will exacerbate the conflict in the region.
The consequences of this decision, Mr. President, are going to change the region and the world for all the worse. I'm asking you, I'm pleading with you, change course. Give Israel the weapons they need to finish this fight.
Graham said this will make it more difficult to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas and would benefit the militant group. A federal appeals court has rejected Hunter Biden's bid to dismiss his federal gun indictment. The president's son is scheduled to stand trial next month in Delaware, facing allegations of illegally purchasing and possessing a revolver. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
2 key figures in the bribery case against a Texas congressman and his wife are reportedly accepting plea deals offered by government prosecutors. The recently unsealed federal indictment accuses U.S. Congressman Henry Cuellar and his wife Imelda of accepting nearly $600,000 from a Mexican bank and Azerbaijani government officials from 2014 to 2021. As part of the plea deal, the individuals will assist the Justice Department in its case against the Cuellars. Former President Donald Trump is bringing his presidential campaign to the Jersey Shore this weekend. Wildwood Mayor Ernie Troiano reports that Trump will hold a rally late Saturday afternoon on the beach with a site capacity at over 30,000 people.
But it does mean a lot to our community because it brings in all the additional people, and the businesses get an earlier shot than normal with a larger crowd. So it's an economic boom for us.
The campaign has allocated $54,000 to cover security costs. The USC Faculty Senate has voted to censure University President Carol Folt and Provost Andrew Guzman due to a mishandling of events surrounding commencement. The decision stems from the choice to revoke the school valedictorian speaking slot at commencement and then the cancellation of the main stage commencement ceremony, citing safety concerns related to pro-Palestinian protests. And Hyundai Elantras have now become the most frequently stolen cars in the United States, surpassing full-size pickup trucks, according to the National Insurance Crime Bureau. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, one more hour as we roll into a Friday. Mother's Day weekend, yes indeed. Well, we're getting to the time of year where not all that concerned about having to chain up anymore, right? But chain laws are in the news. Work is complete at the Colorado State House for a bipartisan pursuit to implement additional rules for commercial vehicles traveling in the state. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has concerns about the legislation. The Senate voted to agree to House changes to a bill that focuses on truck chain rules, left lane travel, and speed enforcement. It now heads to the governor's desks. Senator Dylan Roberts has touted the bill as enhancing the safety of commercial vehicles on Colorado's highways during the winter months. Colorado DOT supports the bill. Now, they've said commercial vehicles traveling through the Glenwood Canyon account for 57% of winter closures on I-70, and they attribute many of these accidents to unchained trucks. Existing state law allows the DOT to issue closures or require certain equipment, such as tire chains on I-70, from September 1 through May 31st each year. The rule applies for the stretch of interstate between milepost 133 and 259. Senate Bill 100 would revise the rule to state that commercial vehicles weighing at least 16,000 pounds are required to carry chains when traveling on I-70 west of Morrison, on Interstate 25, or on any interstate, U.S. highway, or state highway west of I-25. He said this will make sure truck drivers are prepared. Now, the DOT previously told lawmakers that the legislative pursuit follows continued chain violation, commercial vehicle accidents, and unnecessary highway closures. Another representative of Grand Junction said during the floor discussion that a year ago, Glenwood Canyon was closed nearly 35 days. We can't afford that. We can't. We have to have that canyon open, he said. We need our commercial carriers to understand it is critical we stay in the right lane, and they need to adhere to the speed limit. Now, he did add corners in the canyon are tight. When they have an accident, they close the entire two lanes in one direction or the other. So another provision calls for examining the economic and safety impacts of truck incidents and closures, including evaluating the potential benefits of two trucks of closures for limited periods during snowstorms. In other words, close it to truck traffic, but not automobile traffic. That would be commissioned by the Colorado DOT to determine where to build more chain stations in the affected areas. Of course, an awareness campaign would be required to inform travelers of the new rules and restrictions. What else? The trucking industry weighs in. Greg Fulton of the Colorado Motor Carriers Association told a House committee It is a shared responsibility between the state and the carriers for safety and mobility on that corridor. The state is responsible for creating a safe environment where truck drivers actually have parking and can put chains on so we can be safe and others can be safe as well. He highlighted the shortage of truck parking in the state. The problem is exacerbated when winter conditions make it difficult to travel, and truckers who would rather not travel have to do so because there's no parking. Now, OOIDA's Director of State Government Affairs said it's good to see that Colorado recognizes the need for additional chain-up locations. But he also noted targeting commercial vehicles for speeding and double fines. That's a typical money grab for the state. He's certain the trucking industry already has paid for the chain locations via taxes, fees, and tolls. He questions how the state is utilizing their existing transportation revenues. Now, left lane use for commercial vehicles traveling along multiple stretches of I-70, another topic covered in the bill. Trucks are already prohibited from traveling in the left lane on I-70 through Glenwood Canyon. Now, this bill would bar trucks weighing at least 16,000 pounds from left lane on Floyd Hill, Georgetown Hill, the Eisenhower Tunnel, Dowd Junction, and Vail Pass. The restriction would apply to stretches of highway with at least 3 travel lanes in one direction. Violators would face a $100 fine. A revision made in the House would permit trucks to pass in the far left lane. All right, but that's just where you're kind of open in a Pandora's box. You're allowed to pass in the left lane, but are you talking about a turtle race, right? Like we see all over the country? Side by side for how many miles trying to pass? And the last was speed limit enforcement zones. One more provision would create commercial vehicle speed limit enforcement zones in Glenwood Canyon. Affected stretches of I-70 eastbound would be between the 116 and 131 mile marker, westbound between 118.5 and 131. Speeding fines for trucks in those zones would be double. The areas described in the bill is where there are safety concerns related to commercial vehicle drivers exceeding the posted speed limits. Moore has questioned the need for the enforcement zone. He said there are no studies showing increased accidents in the area or indicating that trucks are the main cause of accidents in that area. Colorado, chain laws. Senor Heatwave.
Well, I'll tell you what, Senor Steve. I go through Glenwood Canyon on a quite frequent basis when I was with Yellow and occasionally here with Estes. And it's already 55 mile an hour going through the canyon. There is an emergency truck parking area east of the canyon. It probably hold about 70, 80 trucks. I mean, but that's for both lanes of traffic, east and west. So, while one may be putting chains on, the other one may be taking chains off. So, and I mean, it's that road is so damn wavy. It goes right along with a river, and it's right up against a sheer rock embankment. Hell, even the interstates, you got one that's elevated, and the other one's kind of one lane under it. I mean, it is that tight. And anyone else that has been down on 70 through that can tell you the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it has not been my experience of seeing trucks in accidents in that neck of the woods. Now, that one time where they had it shut down was due to all the fires. And then when the fires were gone, the ground has already been plasticized due to the heat. Then it rained, boom, then you got the road closure because you got debris on both sides of the interstate.
Mm-hmm.
So, they need to throw some damn wire ropes like New Mexico has on some of their mountains inside walls, so they don't get debris in the interstate. So, anyways, hell, what else is there? Yes, I did mail 2 cards to 5-7 and his wife. I did that two nights ago. So he and his bride of 42 years should be getting the cards either tomorrow or possibly Monday. And I told him, I said, this is how you're going to know which one's a serious card. I said, I'll have my proper name and Lady Heatwave's proper name on one, and the other one will have Heatwave and Lady Heatwave. So that's how they're going to know which one's which. Now, for everyone else that wants to know what I wrote in the card, the sympathy card, I said, Miss Sue, 42 years of picking up someone else's underwear from the floor, you know, that's a long time and dedication. I said, you deserve a medal for that, raising an adult kid. And then, of course, I told 5-7, ain't it a great feeling when you can pick them up off the floor with your toes, kick them in the air and catch them? So anyways, that's what we got going on there. And I tell you what, they got construction going on here in Calexico, and I have no idea how to get back to where I was.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's scary. Yeah. So I guess we'll just go around in circles until I find a way to get to where I need to be. Well, I heard, I guess it was on one of the newscasts, that a Republican congressman has written up articles of impeachment.
Yes.
Using the same standard as Jerry Nadler, when Trump didn't give Ukraine their what they wanted. So, I mean, that jackass from New York City, whatever his name, Schumer, he didn't even entertain an impeachment hearing on Mayorkas. And now they're wanting to do this with Biden. Is he going to entertain that as well? I mean, you know, when Trump was impeached by Congress, they went to the Senate, and the Senate said, okay, let's listen. Let's hear this out. And they actually had a trial, of which, you know, it was voted against.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, you heard from the 6 politicians, 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans, why their argument was valid or why their argument wasn't valid. So, I mean, if Schumer's not even going to listen to the Mayorkas thing, hell, he's not going to give them a common courtesy to listen to a impeachment for.
Well, I mean,
Biden.
how blatantly obvious would the hypocrisy be if, yes, he's using what they call the template, the exact wording that Jerry Nadler used, accusing Trump of the exact same thing, trying to, a quid pro quo was the word, and that's exactly what Joe has done now. If he tries to deny it or say that it's just another, like he did with Mayorkas, that would have to make the headlines and say, hey, they did it to Trump, and the exact same wording. You could almost say Jerry Nadler wrote up this article of impeachment because that's the words they used for Trump for the exact same thing.
Just pulling out Ukraine and putting in Israel.
Correct.
And pulling out Donald J. Trump to jackass Joe.
Yep.
Yeah. There is no reason why, you know, they well, if the American people, and I'm talking about the true blue Democrats, if they can't see the farce of this damn trial and the treatment of Trump, And if they are just blinded to the hypocrisy of the Democrats in office now, then, I'm sorry, seems like there ought to be something. You can't just slap them because that's against the law, but they sure could use a stooge slap. Just line them all up for miles, get in the car, do 60, have that right arm out, and just every last one of them idiots.
Yeah, they have blinders on. They have blinders on. I mean, we know even when presented with the facts, it doesn't matter. Does not matter. Hey, let's get a quick time out. Friday, 844-844-3388.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All right, quite honestly, I haven't paid a whole lot of attention, aside from what I hear in the news breaks and the updates each night on the program here, and some of the news stories crossing the wire about this whole sham trial in New York. Yeah, I did find it interesting where the report came out that when even the most hysterically anti-Trump news outlet has been forced to admit that their star witness in the trial against the former president lacks credibility, you know that case is in trouble. The case in question, the hush money trial. Alvin Bragg's bringing against Donald Trump the alleged illegality of a payment supposedly made to Stormy Daniels. All right, we know that. She took the stand on Tuesday, and I guess on Wednesday again, irritating the entire courtroom with an unending string of needless details. But her testimony forced even a CNN legal expert to cast doubt on her overall credibility. Senior CNN legal analyst Ellie Honig appeared on a panel on Anderson Cooper's show, discussing her testimony and cross-examination by the defense. While his peers apparently were more impressed with Daniels' testimony, especially under cross-examination, Honig admitted he had the exact opposite impression. While Daniels was plausible on her explanation of what happened in the hotel room back in 2006, she fell flat on her face with cross-examination. In Honig's words, in the cross-examination, her responses were disastrous. Citing one of the questions put to Daniels, Honig said, "Do you hate Donald Trump?" "Yes, of course she does. That's a big deal." Now, he said she's actually putting out tweets fantasizing about Trump being in jail. That really undermines the credibility. The fact that she owes him $500,000. She, by court of order, owes Donald Trump $500,000. And she has said, "I'll never pay him. I'll defy a court order." Now, he pointed out her statements left a great weak spot for the defense to exploit. The defense is going to say she's willing to defy a court order. She's not going to respect the order of a judge. Now, why is she going to respect this oath that she's taken here? Honig concluded, "I think it went quite poorly." Now, Honig was only articulating what most of us have been saying for those who've paid any attention. Without being blinded by Trump derangement syndrome, Daniels' whole motivation is going after Trump. It's been the same as everyone else has been prosecuting him to prevent him from winning again come November. She actually freely admitted on the stand that she hated him. And the Hill kind of recapped for the curious public. Daniels admitted she has thus far failed to pay the money she is ordered by the court to pay Trump because she said it wasn't fair. Oh, it's just, one case after another. They're all just kind of falling flat on their face. They take you out to the Kansas Turnpike Authority. Over the years, I've heard about some out there in Tornado Alley. There are places where there are actually some storm shelters along the interstates, right? And the Kansas Turnpike is one of those. They plan to shutter most of those storm shelters as cashless tolling goes into effect this summer. On July 1, the Kansas Turnpike will officially cease on-road toll collection for good. All customers will go cashless along the 236-mile toll road. The KTA calls this the biggest change for Turnpike customers since opening day in 1956. But they said as toll road collections come to an end, the KTA said they will shutter 21 storm shelters along the Turnpike. 6 shelters will remain open at KTA service centers. Now, KTA said that while drivers, if you were traveling, you were welcome to use those storm shelters. That wasn't their intended purpose. They were mainly in place to protect employees, they said. I didn't realize that. Now that no one will be needed to man the toll booths, they've made the call to remove the storm shelters. Without having employees in those areas any longer, we don't have the need for the tornado shelter. They will be removed to make way for a better driving experience. That's the word, so how about that? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A federal appeals court rejected Hunter Biden's bid to dismiss his federal gun indictment on Thursday. The president's son is scheduled to stand trial next month in Delaware, facing allegations of illegally purchasing and possessing a revolver in 2018 while using illicit drugs. 2 key figures in the bribery case against a Texas congressman and his wife are reportedly accepting plea deals offered by government prosecutors. The recently unsealed federal indictment accuses U.S. Congressman Henry Cuellar and his wife Imelda of accepting nearly $600,000 from a Mexican bank and Azerbaijani government officials from 2014 to 2021. As part of the deal, the individuals will assist the Justice Department in its case against Cuellar. Southern states are evaluating the aftermath of severe storms that claimed several lives. Tennessee experienced at least 4 tornadoes Wednesday, resulting in 2 deaths. Another was reported in Charlotte, North Carolina. John Schaefer, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Who was it earlier that mentioned there's going to be a road closure, maybe impacting some of the activities there in the Northeast? Weather permitting, Route 30 and Route 222 bridges spanning Route 30 will be closed starting 9 o'clock Friday evening through 5 a.m. Monday morning. Now, in the event of rain, which there is some rain in the forecast, May the 17th through the 20th, our backup weekend. They say avoid the area if possible. Detours will be in place. I'm not going to go through all the detours, but You can visit the website 511pa.com. Check on all the road condition stuff there. Horse Feathers forwarded that to me because I think what's his name was saying that it may impact, maybe it's getting close to some of the convoy travel route. Hello to Steve in Columbus. It's been a while. The best day of the week is here. And there's one more route between now and the weekend. Hopefully there's little to nothing in the plans. But anyway, the coffee's hot, car's packed. Time to head into town. Can't get finished if we don't get started. Everybody enjoy the day and enjoy your weekend. And right on cue, there's Truck and Phil. Happy Friday. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. 65 today, Fort Wayne, the same Sterling Heights. So here we go, Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. Have a great weekend and a great week. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. And Brother Rambler checks in on a Friday morning.
Well, praise God and hello, Steve. We're out here just slinging dust, getting this freight off the truck. You know, we're trying to do a good job. Good to talk to you, my old friend. And, you know, we're talking about Mother's Day and everything like that. I want to encourage you, you know, God's children, if you don't have a mother, if your mother's already gone, I want to encourage you to go and adopt a mother. What does adopt a mother mean? You may have mothers in your community, Gold Star moms, mothers that, you know, have lost their children and they ain't got no one. Go in there, give her a hug. Or, you know, if you feel like, well, you know, my mom's gone, I ain't got nothing too much to do. Well, you know, Horse Feathers has called all, you know, the last couple of weeks. He's got a charity that he's a part of, the Mother's Day Convoy. You know, if you ain't got a mother to go, you know, spend $20 on for a bouquet of flowers, go spend that $20 and give it to that convoy. You know, do something for some other mother. You know, it'll go a long way. Steve, we're going to be having a good service this Sunday. Of course, my mother, thank God, my mama's still alive. You know, she's about the only, you know, well, she is the only parent I have left alive. And, you know, yeah, you know, Dirty Diapers, he left us. My stepdad left us, you know, all due to that big C word, the cancer word. So, they're kicking up gold dust in heaven, Steve, running the streets of gold. And one of these days, I'll be able to join them. But until then, we have a gospel to preach down here. And I tell you what, and that's what we're going to do this Sunday. My mama will be there, and we're going to preach the gospel. And, you know, when I think about Mother's Day, Steve, I can't help but think about Moses' mother. You know, if you don't know the story about Moses, we'll get more into it this Sunday. But, you know, tell you how everything just works and how God just has everything worked out. Like I said, we'll get more into it this Sunday. But to give you just a little bit, and these are words of encouragement, you know, the Egyptians realized, and Steve, you have kids. Remember that? You remember that kids movie? It's on Disney Plus called A Bug's Life. You know, the grasshoppers that go on there.
Absolutely, yes.
You know, they're making the ants work.
Yep.
Yeah. Remember the part where the grasshopper says, "Yeah, why don't we just stay here all summer?" And you know, the head grasshopper by Kevin Spacey jumps up and says, "Yeah." He takes a little grain of corn or whatever the seed. He hits one ant. He says, hits one grasshopper. "Yeah, this is just one." Then two. Then he uncorks the whole bottle and all the seeds come out. He says, "Look, those ants outnumber us 5-1." Well, see, that's what the Egyptians realized, that the Hebrews started becoming like rabbits, cats, and pigs. They multiplied in the land of Goshen. So in order to control the population, because they realized they're greater than us, they can actually quit being slaves and actually overtake us. So they come up with the greatest idea, Steve. We'll just go and take all the male newborn babies and dump them in the Nile River and let the crocodiles eat them. Well, Moses' mother got wind of it, and she took Moses and little old Miriam, Moses' sister, followed behind. She made a little old boat, a little ark, and put some slime and everything, put little Moses on it, put him down the river, and just so happens there's Pharaoh's daughter taking a bath and sees a little old baby crying. And he looked so adorable. She picked it up, and they needed a mother because, she couldn't have kids. Lo and behold, and the Hebrews back then, to get a child weaned, a child had to be 7 years old. Well, lo and behold, they went and found Moses' mother, and Moses' mother got to stay with that child till Moses was 7 years old. After that, Moses stayed in the palace of the Pharaoh till he was 40. And they were going to make him like Joseph. He was not going to be the Pharaoh because he wasn't full Egyptian, but they were going to make him like a governor. But, if he hadn't been raised in the palace, Steve, he wouldn't have been able to write 3 different languages or speak 3 different languages. We wouldn't have the books of Genesis, the book of Exodus, the book of Deuteronomy, and the book of Numbers, and the book of Job, which 5 books Moses wrote. So God works everything out for a reason, And we bring up that story of words of encouragement. We just said Pharaoh's daughter helped raise Moses. And let's not forget about our grandmothers, our aunts, who didn't have to be mothers or had already been mothers, but because of some unfortunate circumstance, they had to be a mother again. Let's not forget about those. And let's not forget about your mentors. There may have been a mother in a neighborhood that took you under her wing, may have taught you how to cook a certain cake or do something special that, let's not forget about them also. So when we talk about Mother's Day, it just ain't mom, it's grandmas, it's mentors, it's foster mamas. There's a lot of women who didn't have to be mamas. They become mamas to make sure a child got raised. And Steve, you can always come visit us. Anyone can come visit us at Determined Ministries Church. We go live at 5 o'clock Sunday, Central Standard Time. We'd be glad to have you sing some of your favorite old gospel songs. That is, if you can tolerate our singing, my singing voice. I'm not the world's greatest singer. I would like to have Heat Wave come on down and sing for us, but I don't think he's going to cross that Mississippi River, come on and sing for us. Or maybe have Gilligan come on over here and sing for us, but I don't think Lucy's going to let him get away too far away from her. But so you got to deal with me if you come in there, and maybe I can talk my mom into getting up singing for us. But, see, we like to sing those old-timey gospel songs, and, some of you grew up in church, and you may have remembered, your mother singing some of those good old gospel songs, like that song called The Family Bible. And we might sing that on Sunday for you. You never know. But come on and visit us. We'd like to have you. And you'll hear some good preaching and good singing. And then there's another show, Steve, that I'm very proud of. I greatly support, that comes on after Determined Ministries Church. And if you're up at the 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern, Steve, can you tell us a little bit about that wonderful show?
I think you're all about it. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, sir. We'll be here at the midnight hour Eastern Time. Yes.
That is correct. And, Steve, I heard that this wonderful show has a website called theovernightdrive.com where you can go get all your overnight drive swag. And is it true that even on the website called theovernightdrive.com, you can also buy Hot Shot Secret from the website? I mean, I know you can go to hotshotsecret.com and get your Hot Shot Secret stuff from their site, but I believe you might get it from the overnightdrive.com website. Is that true?
That would be correct, yes. There are bundle deals all packed and stacked in there, and you got to go to the shop section. That's where you can get your T-shirts and your hats and your travel mugs, and you can get you some Hot Shot Secret while you're there.
Amen. And I believe you may even sell stay bill. And, hey, there's a lot of us, Steve, that our mamas cooked good food. And some of that food, hey, we sit around and we all got gas from it. And, that's what our equipment does when we're not using it. It sits around, old gas. It just sits around. And, we have Alka-Seltzer, Tums, Rolaids, you name it. We have all sorts of stuff to treat gas, but what do you have to treat your gas? You got Sta-Bil.
That's
I
it.
believe you can buy that from the shop also. God's children, we love you out there. And I want to let you know personally, I never would do anything to hurt anybody. I love everybody, and I sincerely mean that, and I pray for anybody. If you need prayer, then please just message us at Determined Ministries Church. You ain't got to tell me what's going on. It's none of my business what's going on. What is my business is that you're a child of God, and all you got to see to me is, Brother Rambler, pray for me. Look, that's all I need to hear. God knows the rest. Come on and join us. We love you. Everyone have a great week. Adopt a mother. Hug your mother. And if you ain't, your mother's gone, you could take that $20, tithe it. Give it to the Mother's Day convoy, and they can sure use it. Remember this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. Now listen to finish kicking up dust, and getting all this stuff off the truck, because we love you, and we want these people to get their auto parts. And remember, come visit theovernightdrive.com for your swag. We love you, Steve. God bless everyone. Talk to you later. Bye now.
Hey, have a great weekend, and yes, happy Mother's Day to your mom and all the moms out there. All right. Long Beach, California. A public health emergency has been declared due to a tuberculosis outbreak. A declaration from Dr. Anissa Davis, the health officer, said 1 has died and 9 have been hospitalized, according to Live Science. 14 people with active TB have been identified as of April 29. All cases have been linked, they say, to a single-room occupancy hotel. They're not naming the hotel in what they say is an effort to protect patients' privacy. But people who were staying at the hotel at the time or could have otherwise been exposed have been or will be contacted by the health department. Through the course of the investigation, staff have identified approximately 170 people who have likely been exposed to TB. The emergency declaration issued last Thursday expected to be ratified by the Long Beach City Council. That was a couple of days ago. The declaration allows health department to take expanded intervention efforts. They do say TB has been rising in California. California's 2023 cases were 15% higher than the caseload in 2022. That's the highest year-over-year increase since 1989. Live Science said that the microbe that causes tuberculosis can be dormant in a person without any symptoms. Between 5 and 10% of people with the bacteria actually develop TB. Now, they do say this outbreak is currently isolated to a distinct population, but the idea is people staying at that particular hotel, and a lot of times I think this TB can come out of these HVAC units. I know the water tower cooled units and whatnot. If they're not properly maintained, they can get the bacteria, and it sounds like that's how that was probably being spread through that particular hotel. But people that have picked it up from that hotel have been, where have they been? They're having to go back and do the tracing and things of that nature because many others may have been exposed. All right, quick time out. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, let's jump over, see what's going on with the right-wing nut on a Friday. All ready for Mother's Day weekend?
Yes. Oh, yes, it's right wing nut, yeah. Oh, hell, I tell you what, it is Mother's Day every payday. Because you got to pay this mother that much, and this mother that much, and that mother over there.
That's right.
Oh, Lordy. Yeah. Well, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. And especially the one there. Hello, Miss Millie. Happy Mother's Day. I'll tell you what. Yeah, you know, I don't understand why we keep saying TGIF on Fridays. I mean, I've never had a pair of shoes that was only toes go in first on Fridays. Toes go in first every day. So I don't understand this TGIF. Well, I could go for a good adult beverage right about now.
Yes, it sounds like it.
Yeah. Got the.
Yeah, did we lose our connection there? I think we might have. Oh well, what the hell, right wing mutt. I apologize. It's a Friday morning. We'll see if we can get him back up here. Looks like Sundance was on hold as well, and I wouldn't doubt one little bit he's trying to say what. He had something to say about how this is the same about, somebody did that. I'm assuming he's talking about how what Joe Biden is doing with the Israel funding is the same of what Donald Trump did. Now, I can try to explain it to you, Sundance. But yeah, you can go to the National Review at this hour. You can go to the Wall Street Journal. I'm looking right here from Newsweek magazine, which says this sure does look impeachable. The Biden administration has put a hold on a shipment of military aid to Israel. Is a nakedly political attempt to win votes in key swing states. Presidents have been impeached for far less. The Impoundment Control Act of 1974 governs the control of funds appropriated by Congress. It was enacted to reassert Congress's power of the purse and prevent the president from simply substituting their own funding decisions for those of Congress. Now, it was once an obscure rule on government spending, but the masses may remember. You might remember it for its brief starring role in the first impeachment of Donald J. Trump, as the Democrat-led impeachment inquiry explained. President Trump ordered the suspension of $391 million in vital military assistance urgently needed by Ukraine. a strategic partner to resist Russian aggression. Because the aid was appropriated by Congress on a bipartisan basis and signed into law by the president, its expenditure was required by law. Acting directly and through his subordinates within the U.S. government, the president withheld from Ukraine this military assistance without any legitimate foreign policy, national security, or anti-corruption justification. The president did so despite the long-standing bipartisan support of Congress, the uniform support across the federal departments and agencies for the provision to Ukraine of the military assistance. And this is the actual wording of the impeachment inquiry report from the Democrats. Now, what they're going to do today, you are simply going to switch Ukraine for Israel and Hamas for Russia. And the rest of the paragraph is going to read exactly the same. Except, of course, that Trump denied he had put an improper hold on the aid. President Biden has not. Just how bad is it for a president to withhold congressionally approved military aid to another country? And to do this to a Democrat ally facing an existential war is nothing short of an abuse of power, or at least that's how then candidate for President Joe Biden actually described it in 2020. Of course, the ICA does provide for some limited circumstances in which presidents can try to withhold or delay the delivery of funds, but it includes very specific procedures that the administration has to go through in order to notify Congress. Joe simply said, I told Netanyahu, we're not going to let you have these munitions because you're not doing as much as you can to prevent civilians from possibly perishing from these munitions. They did it to Trump. Now, what are they going to say? That it's the wording of Donald Trump's impeachment first time around will be the identical wording presented today. We'll just see where it goes. So I hope you understand that, Sundance. And with that, we're pretty much up against the clock, though. We're going to have to close it out here on a Friday Mother's Day weekend coming on. Say to shout out to all the moms out there, the moms, the grandmas, the aunts, all those that do such a good thing to keep us going here. So we'll see you back at the midnight hour coming up Sunday night into a Monday morning, the greatest day of the week, right? And we'll do it all over again. Hope you can join us for our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. you except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I